Supervisors. Let's begin the meeting by, if you would, joining me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam CAO, are there any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning. Yes, Supervisor Wilson would like to pull item C4 for discussion.
C4?
Yes.
I'd like to move that we approve the consent calendar minus C4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment on the consent agenda?
Kent Sawatsky came within one person's vote of not being here today. I'm not happy. I wish to make comment on C9. You have a new policy I brought to some of your attention. I think there's some problems with. It's related to abusive conduct. And I think this is something that actually should have been pulled because this is one of the most important things you've done since I've been here, and yet it is on consent. So we have a problem within our workforce of people feeling comfortable where they work, under the conditions they work. And so this is justified. I strongly support putting this forward instantly. In fact, some cases I think it's so important I would make it retroactive. People are prohibited, or the definition of this, abusive conduct of an employee in the workplace with malice that a reasonable person would find hostile, offensive, and unrelated to the county's legitimate business interest. Abusive conduct may include repeated infliction of verbal abuse, such as use of derogatory remarks, insults, epithets, verbal or physical conduct that a reasonable person would find threatening, intimidating, or humiliating, or the gratuitous sabotage or undermining of a person's work performance. A single act shall not constitute abusive conduct unless especially severe and egregious. And it has examples: verbal, frequent yelling, screaming, or cursing, frequent unwarranted criticism that undermines the employee's ability to perform their job, threatening gestures, actions, or glances, shunning, physical abuse, purposely impeding another one's path, damage in another one's work area, cyber abuse. But this says at the workplace. Cyber abuse frequently takes place off-site. I think you have a correction you need there. Is that some employee should not be cyber abusing somebody off the site, so I think you have a flaw there. The biggest flaw I see in this is the people who these people go to and the oversight of this. In my opinion, this is a classic example of the fox in the hen house. The people that go to are some of the people that may be the ones you go to to have this thing dealt with, are some of the ones who may be committing these exact same things. In fact, some of them have a reputation for having done so in the past and currently doing so. The people who oversee this should be, in my opinion, someone elected, most likely, who don't have a dog in the fight, somebody with credibility, and somebody like, I would say, your district attorney, Maggie, or your sheriff, or probation, or something like that. It should not be an in-house thing at all. And if it's in-house at all, it should be the electives that are handling this. The process leads to actual feel of intimidation because the people they're supposed to take it to may be the people they're complaining against. Or anybody complaining in that loop against anybody there is perceived to be a group that is under one jurisdiction. So I'll be making a continual comment on this one. I think you should really look at this one. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the consent agenda? Welcome.
Good morning and congratulations, Madam Chairman, for your position, and Deputy Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Madam CAO, County Council, ladies and gentlemen of Humboldt County. My name is Vernon Price. I am a consumer of public mental health. I also sit on the Behavioral Health Board. I would like to piggyback off what the gentleman just spoke. I think that this is very essential in our day and time to bring accountability to those that work with us and work for us. I think that this would bring character to the community and the county as a whole. I also think that what the gentleman just said, I think that a community advisory or consumer or community oversight committee should be the ones to look at these grievances or complaints or i.e. Concerns. I think that this is how we will grow. Sometimes myself needs to be pointed out to the things that we do wrong, because what I look in the mirror, I can't find that because of pride or whatever that may be. But as these are pointed out to our humble workers that help us to improve the quality of service, quality of life, and building a stronger community that we all reside in, I think this brings character. I think that this will definitely build a stronger network of system if we would be held accountable and transparent. Thank you so much for your time, your concern on this matter, and the privilege to speak before you today.
Thank you. Any further comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Pardon? I'll pass it and then I'll do the... I have two presentations. One is for Dr. Baird, and the other is human trafficking. So, but I'm assuming that you're all going to agree with me that these are good things. Okay. Oh, thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, passes unanimously. So with that, we do have two special presentations, very special ones. And the first one is in honor of Dr. Baird, who I saw walking into the room just a short moment ago. So we're going to probably ask Dr. Baird to say a few words as well. But let me read the proclamation. Dr. Baird, would you mind accepting these words?
Good morning. Thank
Good morning, Dr. Baird. Whereas Humboldt County Health Officer Dr. Donald Baird is retiring from his position after nearly 7 years with the county. Whereas during his tenure with the Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Baird worked closely with Public Health to obtain accreditation for the National Public Health Accreditation Board, making Humboldt the first California county of its size to achieve this status. Whereas along with Public Health's team of professionals and the Humboldt-Del Norte County Medical Society, Dr. Baird participated in the establishment of the Prescription Safe Humboldt Coalition, a multidisciplinary team made up of the Coroner's Office, Partnership Health Plan of California, the Humboldt Independent Practice Association, AGIS, and representatives from local clinics, pharmacies, and hospitals to address opioid addiction locally. And whereas during his time with the Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Baird worked with the communicable disease team as it dealt with numerous pandemic flu, measles, mumps, chickenpox, pertussis, tuberculosis, norovirus, E. coli, salmonella, and shigella, as well as botulism, leprosy, and an ongoing outbreak of STDs. And whereas during the past 7 years, Dr. Baird worked alongside DHHS staff and community partners, taking an active role in disaster preparedness for the county, including providing mutual aid to other counties during devastating fires, and most recently triaging patients to determine who couldn't go without power during the county-wide PG&E planned power outages. And whereas during his time as a health officer, Dr. Baird gained the reputation as a team player, known for having an office drawer filled with cookies and chocolate, always available for anyone who needed a sweet treat. Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Dr. Baird's contribution to the public health of the community, and wishes him well as he continues to work part-time at Open Door Clinic in Ferndale and takes time to travel the world.
I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the privilege of doing this and your political support to Connie Beck at DHHS, to Michelle Stevens, Director of Public Health. I didn't do this alone. I did this with a team behind me of communicable disease professionals, STD, nurses, immunizations, our community partners, which you've mentioned. This has been an incredible privilege. It's been quite a ride from accreditation to a Ryson event and finishing with the power shutoffs with the infectious diseases you mentioned in between. So it's been quite a professional honor. It's been quite a learning curve, and I will assure you my successor is well prepared and will continue the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baird. If you wouldn't mind to hold on, because I'm sure some more people would like to talk with you. I'll begin with Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I heard this was happening, I was not happy, and I'm still not terribly happy, but I'm glad you're going to have a wonderful retirement and still work part-time, and that we have a wonderful person coming in. But what I wanted to share right now is the fact that how I met you is when I was working with Eli Lilly as a pharmaceutical sales rep. And you were one of most doctors would run away. I thought it was kind of interesting, and you actually spent a lot of time with me, and I learned a lot from working with you in just those instances, and so I really appreciated your wisdom and insight at that time. So then when I got to be at the county, and lo and behold, I was on the team that hired you, I thought it was a great kind of coming full circle, and it's been wonderful working with you, and I'm sure we'll see you around, but still hate to see you go. So.
Thank you.
I don't feel guilty, though. So
Okay. Yeah. Supervisor Wilson?
I want to thank you for being a troublemaker.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Sometimes this job encourages, I should say, people to do things that they don't want to do.
Right. So, I mean, I appreciate that, and a boat rocker, appreciate that too.
Thank you.
In all the right ways, and as we have, much of what the folks that you have led and have been a part of do is basically holding the fabric of society has frayed edges, and you're holding it together, and I appreciate that very much, mending, and improving, and making it stronger. So thank you so much, and I will see you around, I am sure.
Supervisor Bohn?
Hey, Doc. Really appreciate all the help with EMS, our four-county. You didn't mention, but we now have trauma centers that are big city because of the work that Dr. Baird working with the local hospitals and stuff like that. So we've upped our game quite a bit under his leadership, and he was quite always accessible when something would come through and something would come on that I couldn't pronounce or know what the hell it meant, and I go, okay, what's this mean in the agenda? And he was always willing to show up to meetings and showed up to most of them, and I think that's made a better base for our medical community here. So appreciate it. Appreciate all your time in helping us find a replacement for you that, big shoes to fill, but as we all know, eventually they do get filled. But I like the idea you're still going to be around, and we'll probably still call you every once in a while. So appreciate everything, Doc.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you for speaking the truth about very difficult issues around our health care here in our community. I really appreciate that. Appreciate all that you've done, and thank you for helping find a wonderful replacement. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baird. And I just want to say that I, first of all, obviously admire the work that you do, your strength in your convictions, and your ability to make your case when things are tough, as Supervisor Wilson said. I also really appreciate the time that we spent training for emergencies, which I think was extremely valuable, going to Williamsburg and working with the city of Eureka and learning how to work as a team when we are faced with those kinds of emergencies that are very demanding, and especially in the public health field. So I really appreciate all you've done for Humboldt County, and thank you for continuing on at Open Door. I mean, just can't stay away. And lots and lots of fun, hopefully, on your world travels, which I know are going to begin pretty quickly. So happy retirement.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Anyone else have some? Yeah. Michelle?
Hi, good morning. Michelle Stevens, Public Health Director with DHHS. I just wanted to take a minute to thank Dr. Baird and all of you again for honoring him today. And I echo all of your sentiments about just who he is, and appreciate his work in advocating for public health and the things that we do in public health when there is tension around those things. As the proclamation, the resolution says, and the words that you all described, that he really is a team player. I can't count how many times he came into my office saying, what a great team we have, just so passionately about it. And I think it shows in the fun sort of exercise that some of the staff at Public Health did for him in creating this health officer imposter game book that I wanted to share and invite you all to participate in if you'd like. One of our communicable disease nurses, Erica Dykehouse, and a bunch of the team in communicable disease in the lab and other programs put together some props to look like Dr. Baird, and we all kind of dressed up and took pictures and made a book, and you have to guess who everybody is. And so it's quite fun. It shows just the camaraderie and the teamwork and the view and the vision that he has as a health officer in terms of how we approach the work that we do. It can be really hard and really tough, and it's a lighthearted approach to it that I really am going to miss, and really grateful for having the 3 years that I've had to work with him. So congratulations, Dr. Baird, and we'll miss you very much. If you want to take a look, we do seriously have the props if you really would like to be part of the book. That was a real invitation, so thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, I definitely welcome anyone who'd like to say a few words to Dr. Baird.
My name again is Vernon Price. I am a former homeless person in Humboldt County, and I know I need to be directing this toward the board, and I mean no direct disrespect, but Dr. Baird, I really want to get through this without being really getting too emotional. But the time that you take with myself of addressing the needs of the health care for the unhoused citizens, the time that you have given me and others, you are a true man of character that does not lack the courage of your convictions. I think this man, these are hard shoes to fill, but I'm sure we have a good person in place. But I do want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to have you here as a consumer. I want to say thank you for being the man that you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Vernon has firsthand information. I don't have that firsthand information, but I do have a great amount of, I think one of the best things a person can do is what you just gave him credit for, was having somebody good to fill his shoes. And I've longly spoke for that. A person who's confident in themselves can train or find somebody competent to fill their shoes is the best gift that can be given to all of us so that the good work can continue. So I really wish to shout out and thank him for that. I haven't seen the press release through the chair. I don't know if it's an appropriate time to name the person who's been given credit for his mention here. It sounds like the decision's been, but I'm looking forward to hearing who Dr. Baird was able to fill his shoes with, and that's always important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Dr. Baird. Really obvious that you've made an impact in your time serving the county. Appreciate it. And that will bring us to another special presentation. And I would like to invite Laura Middlemass, is the president of Seroptis. And of course, anybody else from Seroptimus who wants to be here too. Yep, I saw you all out there. Phil, great. While you're coming up, I'm going to begin reading the proclamation. Whereas the United States was founded upon the principle that all people are created with the inalienable right of freedom, and added the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, making slavery illegal. And whereas slavery within the United States today is most often found in the form of human trafficking, which weakens our social fabric, increases violence and organized crime, and debases our humanity. And whereas victims of human trafficking are typically forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including, but not limited to, commercial sex acts, drug processing and distribution, and other services induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas, due to its isolating nature, many individuals locally and across the globe are unaware that trafficking exists in the Humboldt County and in their neighborhoods. And whereas it is estimated that more than 20 million men, women, and children around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas Seroptimist International of Arcata, Eel River Valley, Eureka, Humboldt Bay, McKinleyville, and the Redwoods are all working to establish human trafficking through education, to abolish human trafficking through education, advocacy, and collaboration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby calls upon the citizens of Humboldt County to recognize the vital role they can play in ending all forms of slavery, and to support the Seroptimist International Clubs of Humboldt County as they raise awareness through education and other efforts to stop human trafficking. I'm going to give you this.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Fennell, and fellow supervisors and staff present today. My name is Laura Middlemiss. I serve as president of Seroptimist International Humboldt Bay, but I have the distinct added honor today of standing before you representing wonderful members of other clubs in Humboldt County. We have representatives here today from SI Eureka and SI Eel River Valley, and we, as our proclamation said, we have clubs all through the county. We are an international organization, truly global. We've just established another federation in Africa. We serve the women and girls of our communities by education and empowerment through economic improvements. I actually have a different stat than our proclamation, and I read this via the UN report that says there are over 40 million global victims of human trafficking. It's pretty staggering, of which 71% are women and girls. It cuts across all ages. It cuts across all socioeconomic classes. It includes all ethnicities. I think indeed you could say human trafficking knows no bounds when it comes to the commoditization of a human being. Here locally, we work to support other partnerships and groups in education in our elementary, middle, and high schools. We want to empower our children of all ages and our citizens to not only understand what human trafficking is, but to help them understand what the face of human trafficking can look like, or faces. We also are members and work in collaboration, as was mentioned in the proclamation, with the Safe House Committee, which is led by Trina Sims, to help current victims of human trafficking truly find their way back. Because it's not only prevention, it's understanding who these victims are and creating a vision and a heart and a compassionate outlook to understand what it means to be a victim of trafficking. We like to think of ourselves as modern-day abolitionists. Right? Right. We thank you. We thank you for your support and your continued support in this partnership. It truly is a collaboration. And while January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and last Saturday, the 11th, is Human Trafficking Awareness Day, where we encourage people to wear blue. We are doing such. That is our color. We know that trafficking is ongoing and exists and happens every single day. So thank you again for your time this morning. We look forward to finding opportunities to work together, to be efficient in our collaboration, and remain available to be your boots on the ground. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Laura. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I want to thank you guys for all the fundraisers you do and to finance all this and everything, all the clubs for everything you do. This is a huge issue, and I was just talking to you when I went to Thailand. It's overseas. It's not a bigger issue. It's just a more accepted issue over there, which is scary. And with that, we have human trafficking taking place every day, and you can see it happening down here on 4th and 5th Street when young women are getting dropped off out of cars from older gentlemen, and it's kind of obvious what's going on. So I appreciate what you're doing. I think this is one of the things that I've said. We have 3 or 4 groups working on this, and it just seems to me if we could have more collaboration between the groups, you would be so much stronger and so much more aware if we were all going in the same direction, and I think we're getting there. So I appreciate all the clubs at Humboldt and what you do on and this isn't, I mean, the whole idea behind Seroptimus, and I know we're on you, but is it to empower women, and this is basically to give these women their power back, and I think thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I would also like to say a huge thank you to you. And I like what you said, Laura, about modern day abolitionists, because that really nails it. That says this is what we're about. We need to take care of this, get rid of it, make people conscious about it. So thank you so much for your efforts. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, that will now take us on. Oh, is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I'm sorry. Anyone from the public who'd like to say something? Don't leave yet, guys.
I'd also like to thank this group. I have not firsthand but secondhand information how we all can help this. There was a certain health care facility my wife used to work at, and without divulging anything I can't divulge here, a young lady was coming in for an appointment. Well, she was ushered in and being taken care of by an older gentleman. And the people in this institution were smart enough to take her aside. He wanted to go in with her to the appointment. He wanted to be part of her, with her all the time. And so they were able to get her aside, and they said, "Do you know this man?" She said, "No, I just met him at the bus stop." And so we obviously can see where this kind of situation was going. So all of us need to be awake and open with our eyes. If you see this kind of situation, there is nothing wrong with asking those questions and being that kind of thorn in those kind of people's sides. In fact, I think it's the duty of all of us to watch these things and understand them. Of course, I managed 10 Wendell Williams on 3rd Street, so I know exactly, what happened back, especially in the day back then. And things have not changed, in fact, in many ways, because of what I relate to our cannabis business and marijuana business. Things have been exacerbated. So many people are being violated out there. And for a group like this to bring this forward, and this is phenomenal and necessary for society. These kind of predators need to be removed.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to say also, just in terms of that comment, that being vigilant is extremely important for those who actually recognize the potential for that situation unfolding. And I think back to one time being at a store in downtown Redway, and a friend of mine going over to a group of young women who were here as quote-unquote trimmigrants. This is before the legalization, and actually saying, please be careful of what you're getting yourself into. There's all sorts of things that can happen when you're just picked up by strangers to do those kinds of jobs. So I think that's really important for all of us, and I thank you all for your work. So that brings us now to our items that were pulled from consent, and we have C4, pulled from consent by Supervisor Wilson.
And I pulled this basically at the request of Richard Marks, representing an organization who has some interest in this. And so I want to make sure that there was a vetting of this a little bit from staff. There was a concern about the percent of change orders pursuant relative to these ADA actions, and so I just want to make sure that we're on the up and up, and let Richard have his comment as well. And I don't know, I'll ask the chair to decide who she would like to go first in that discussion.
I mean, I would just,
All right,
exactly.
Richard, are you here? All right. Please introduce yourself and the organization you represent.
Good morning, Chair Fennell and Board of Supervisors. My name is Richard Marks. I'm a resident of Samoa, and I'm a Regional Compliance Manager for the Construction Industry Force Account Council. You have a change order in front of you that is in excess of 10%, which by Public Contract Code 2137 is you don't want, if you have a change order, does not exceed 10% of the original contract price, and the board may authorize the contract with the change order, and that's what's come up. Concern about this is we're over 20% now. We're not at 10%, we're at 20%, and the contractor said to expect more. And so obviously there was, the estimates didn't come in right, but with that, it's an ADA project, and I can see where, you know, when you run across asbestos and different situations with the construction, you're going to have it. I want to thank the Public Works Department and Travis Smith for contacting me and letting me know that this was coming forward. And so this issue, of course, that's why I'm here. I want to hear what is the excuse to go to the 20%, but now way over 20% and going to in the future. I mean, I would hope that maybe we could have some sort of resolution to that last phase maybe be put back out to bid, but I don't, well, I'm going to let you talk about it because, you know, there might be some fines involved, and we don't want that either. I don't want the county to be, you know, really tied down to anything that will harm the process. I just wanted to point out, I would hope that we could avoid going over this. This isn't the first change order I've came in front of you. I'm just wanting to point out and try to do everything in order. And with that, I'll give it to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Marks. I think I'm going to say one thing about this. You use the word excuse. I think we're talking about reason here, and that's what I would like to hear from staff. Thank you. Travis, if you wouldn't mind. And
good morning, Chair Fennell, and ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Travis Smith with the County Administrative Office ADA Compliance Team, and I'm the project manager. And with me, I have Karen Clower, Deputy CAO with the ADA Compliance Team. Part of the issues that we're dealing with this particular project is it is a very old building. It is the mental health facility where there is quite a bit of unforeseen items that our contractors have come across. Some of the items that we've had to deal with was an electrical vault that was severely damaged that we were unaware of, and when we demoed the concrete to provide our accessible path of travel, that was uncovered. And so those types of issues need to be resolved before we could put compliant permanent work over the top of it. We can't just cover those things up. And so some of the other items that we've uncovered was some studs inside of some of the renovated areas that were non-conforming. We would not be able to just put drywall back over the top of them and leave them. It's inappropriate for us to conceal and cover those types of situations. It is our obligation to provide a product that not only conforms to current building codes and current laws, but is also something that's going to be sustainable for the county going into the future. We don't want somebody to have to come back in and basically redo the work that we just did in 10 years, 15 years, because we covered something up. And so Our department has been doing our due diligence to make these corrections and make these repairs as they're uncovered. I will address Mr. Marks' concern about future change orders coming through. We put that in there, not that we expect to see future change orders, but if in fact we do have to come back before the board, I wanted that to be noted that that is a possibility, because we are dealing with one more restroom that is required to be completely made ADA compliant as part of our consent decree. We are up against the deadline with our consent decree to have these facilities brought up to that level of ADA compliance, and it's fast approaching. And so we don't necessarily have, I don't feel we have the luxury to be able to put that component back out to bid, because that could delay the project for another 6 months. And so with that said, we brought this before your board to see this project through and have it completed.
Karen, did you have anything to say? Karen Clower, you're hitting up the whole ADA response and consent decree.
I just want to add that delaying this project for us really isn't an option at this point, because we are approaching that deadline, which is March 7th. So we're really pushing to get this project completed before the final report is submitted to the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
I appreciate staff's recommendation to move this forward. I appreciate Mr. Marks's vigilance on trying to make sure that we maintain our legal requirements related to contracting. But I'd like to move this item forward with staff recommendations, so I'd like to make a motion that we do that, and pending public comment.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, and as anybody else, Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I think, and I appreciate this coming forward, because this ADA has not been the easiest thing for all of us to get through, so I appreciate the team. But I think the main point here is our team called Mr. Marks and let him know what was coming down the pike. So we streamlined the effort, and with the full disclosure. So I think, and for anybody that's done any construction of any type, you can hold somebody's feet to the fire on new construction, but remodels, once you take the skin off, it's just like you said, you take concrete up. There's just things that happen, and we have old buildings, we have pipes, we have lead pipes, we have asbestos, we have things that sometimes we don't know about, and I appreciate, whereas we don't like this, but change horses in the middle of the stream, somebody's going to get wet, and that's probably a bad idea. So I think as we move forward with a date of less than 50 days away, I think it's probably a good idea we stay right where we're at. And again, I want to thank the team for their diligence and for the self-reporting.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Any comment on this item?
I'd like to echo the sentiments expressed by Supervisor Mike Wilson of the 3rd District, my district, in the fact that you do have a watchdog out here in Richard Marks. He's very competent, and it's sad that that's necessary to have. I do appreciate the self-reporting. That was very wise. I don't know if you've run this by your legal staff. This is a matter of contract law. I would guess, not being an attorney, but putting on Kent Sawatsky, non-Esquire, that you put together a bid package, and the bid package was bid upon equally by everybody who bid the package. If your bid package and your verbiage in that does not allow you to take the opportunity of doing what you had here, anybody who bid on that thing most likely could come in and possibly would be able, or they would be able to litigate. As Rex says, anybody can sue a ham sandwich. But before you make this change here, you may wish to go to your council and make sure that if there's some way to cross your T's and dot your I's and avoid potential litigation, because not my company, we never did sue anybody when we were in construction at all, but there are some very litigious companies out there that have a reputation, and if they bid on this, and now obviously are aware that you're not following what they were all bidding equally on, they possibly would have grounds, and it might cost the county a significant amount of money. In other words, whatever that person would have potentially made on the project, he may be able to turn you upside down. So caution you extremely. I highly recommend that you go ahead, unless there's something that has to happen today, that you go through your legal counsel and get a determination, let them research it thoroughly. And if you're on strong legal grounds, then of course you move forward. If you're not, then you're at risk. I don't like the county being at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I will note that ADA compliance for the county is a gigantic issue right now, as we're under that federal consent decree. And I also know that in almost every single instance, there's something that comes up. It is just, you're dealing not only with old buildings, but you're also dealing with inspectors who find things within 1/32 of an inch that have to be changed, and so we're kind of stuck in that position between the federal government and people who want a job. And I think that it's a difficult position, but it's something that we have to move forward with. I think that as an item like this comes before us, it does go past, it is referred to county council. So that it has happened in terms of this being on the agenda. So with that, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. And thank you for your work. And thank you, Richard, for being vigilant. Appreciate that. So let's see. That comes to public comment on items not on the agenda. We have nobody who signed up. Is there anybody who would like to speak to items not on the agenda?
Kent Sawatsky, thank you for my opportunity to speak. Relative to the topic I just suggested, legally going, I didn't get the response from your staff that these particular issues have been reviewed, but that's just eye contact and seeing what people's blink rates do. I did want to say hello to Natalie. I always appreciate her being here. My understanding is your interim county council's job is to be in that chair. She's in a different chair. I don't understand why the job description, which I believe requires county council to be here, has been maybe 1 out of 4 times as far as in that chair, and this is relevant to that. So a Time Standard article, and I'm going to paraphrase. One of you gave a deposition in the county council Jeffrey Blank case. This individual stated that the board substantiated the complaints before voting to place Blank on leave according to court documents. They were substantiated, and yet he's been on leave, which will be, I think, on the 19th here, for 10 months. If they were substantiated, what is he doing on paid administrative leave? Don't understand that. See, at large, Blank's lawsuit alleges that Humboldt County Board of Supervisors targeted him for whistleblowing. And without due process for the complaints against him, Blank says he was unable to alert the Board of Supervisors about the payments or defend himself against the unknown claims. Blank previously sued the Human Resources Division Director, Lisa DiMatteo, and County Administrator, Amy Nielsen, individually for damages. These suits have since been dismissed, though Blank has said he intends to appeal. DiMatteo DiMatteo has left her position that year, as far as I recall, with a $51,000 golden parachute, but I could be wrong on that one. Department heads have had complaints filed against them, Blank said Friday, about the complaints. None of the others went to the board. None of them are under investigation. This kind of targeting by this department here is I can't quite understand how that's allowed to go forward. New in Blank's allegation is a claim that county in November mailed him several documents that contained his social security number, You have a problem, when you redact things, you have some people who don't know what they're doing. That should only be done by county councils or oversight, final oversight. If you redact the wrong thing, the judge can ask that to be there and you're not giving information that you're supposed to give to the person. If you don't redact the right thing, then you've violated some rules and laws. This just continues to befuddle me. I guess the county will continue to produce witnesses in the cases that are required. My crystal ball says a prior county council got $250,000, I believe, if I recall. Put a zero on that one, if not more. This thing drags on and on and on, and have some interesting depositions, I guess.
Thank you. Any further comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and that will bring us to our first item of business today, which is a special presentation from the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee. And the presentation will be on funding sources for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to your presentation, and welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Beth Matsumoto. I am the chair of the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee. Let's see, I have a presentation here. So on behalf of the committee, I'm here to provide a brief overview of what the committee's been up to over the last year and a half, to provide information about the revenue sources you could consider for a local housing trust fund, to recommend that you select a revenue source or sources of revenues to be dedicated to a housing trust fund, and to seek instruction on the committee's next steps. Homelessness Solutions Committee, as stated in the authorizing resolution, is charged with setting criteria for the receipt of funding into a housing trust fund and criteria for the expenditures of funds derived from a housing trust fund. Additionally, the committee is charged with making recommendations for expenditures from the fund, as well as recommendations on homelessness solutions. So we started meeting twice monthly after kicking off the committee's good work in June of 2018. In this last year, we've accomplished a lot. We've reviewed a number of affordable housing and homelessness solutions. We've identified sources appropriate for a local housing trust fund. We've drafted governing documents, including a resolution, bylaws, and policies and procedures. With these duties substantially complete, our meeting frequency has decreased to the third Tuesday of every month at 1:30 in the professional building. We have one vacancy that we're hoping to be filled pretty soon, a member representing the homeless community or recently homeless community. So today we're going to be focusing on revenue sources for the Housing Trust Fund. So first, let's define what we mean by an affordable housing trust fund. So it's established by local government when a source or sources of public revenue are dedicated by ordinance or law to a distinct fund with the express and limited purpose of providing affordable housing. So how are housing trust funds funded? Taxes, the primary revenue sources come from taxes, fees, interest on market and public accounts, as well as state and federal matching funds. So one of the committee's main functions is to recommend specific sources that could work locally. But first, we're going to focus on the state matching funds, and really to alert you to upcoming funding opportunities expected to be released in the next couple of months. To be eligible for these matching funds, we need to move forward on the selection of a revenue source to establish the Housing Trust Fund with no further delay. So the two state matching fund opportunities are the Local Housing Trust Fund and the Permanent Local Housing Allocation. So we've provided a thorough analysis in your packet, but briefly let's look at the Local Housing Trust Fund program. So once you've established a housing trust fund with an ongoing revenue, we'll have an opportunity to access $500,000 of matching funds for an independent housing trust fund, or $750,000 as a regional housing trust fund. So a regional housing trust fund would serve at least 3 jurisdictions. And in order to be eligible, the ongoing revenues must be a minimum of $100,000 per year for 5 years from dedicated sources. So we'll talk a little bit more about the potential sources a little later. But the second state matching fund, Did that move forward? Okay. The second state matching fund you should be aware of is the Permanent Local Housing Allocation. The Building Homes and Jobs Act establishes a $75 fee on real estate documents. This program will offer a permanent source of funding for all eligible counties in California. Eligible activities do include matching funds to be placed in a local or regional housing trust fund. Also, if we create a regional housing trust fund, we could use the PLHA as match for the previous program we talked about, which is the local housing trust fund. So both of these programs are excellent opportunities and incentives to establish and grow a housing trust fund. We've been talking about this type of funding mechanism for affordable housing for over a decade. If you recall, the county looked at a feasibility study back in 2008. We need to move forward now, especially so that we can benefit from the state's matching funds. So back to the concept of the ongoing revenue source. The key element of a housing trust fund is the ongoing public source that's dedicated as a distinct fund with the express and limited purpose for affordable housing. We provided in your packet a table with proposed revenue sources, all of which are listed here. You'll see the strengths and weaknesses of each source and jurisdictions currently benefiting from each source. We appreciate that your board has stated intention to deposit proceeds from the sale of the Lucas Street property. Perhaps there's more properties that could be used as surplus to be put into the Housing Trust Fund. And even better, we encourage you to look at an ongoing source such as the transient occupancy tax. You may want to expand the TOT with that increment earmarked for affordable housing. How about a vacancy tax? Oakland recently passed such a tax, and perhaps this could be an opportunity you may wish to pursue over the longer term. So again, each of these sources are listed on this slide and discussed further in your packet. In closing, the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee leaves you with these three recommendations. First, select an ongoing and dedicated revenue source or sources of revenue. Second, we need instruction on the next steps with regard to our governing documents we've drafted so far. Finally, a housekeeping issue. We need to revise the committee's authorizing resolution to remove reference to no county matching funds or any funding provided by the county. So you would refer to page 3 of Resolution 1873. So on behalf of the committee members of the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee, we appreciate and thank you for your attention. We encourage you to take action immediately to fully fund the Affordable Housing Fund without further delay. Robert Ward is our staff person, and he's here for any technical questions. We also have some members from the committee here in the audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all the work that you've done. And the print was kind of small, but no, it's all right. One of the things that stuck out to me was, where it mentioned the examples of where some of these things have happened. I don't see anything in a rural community, and I'm not sure if maybe it's just not. Maybe it's a kind of still in there somewhere, but that always concerns me when we're trying to decide what we can do, because we are very different than most of the examples I'm seeing here. So I'm wondering if you have any information that is more of a similar type county.
Well, let's see. So would you consider San Joaquin County as it has some rural areas? They're looking at more of the cannabis tax. The city and county of Sacramento have jointly formed. And Sacramento's a larger region.
I guess what I'm meaning is rural and smaller rural, even though we're kind of on the bigger end of rural, but you're more rural.
Well,
more
and
rural,
with that, RCRC, Rural Counties, has been working on this quite a bit. And if you'll notice on some of the funds the government, the governor has put in his new budget, there are carve-outs for rural communities, and that's mainly because otherwise we get lost out. 25% of our state is, almost LA County, I believe. They've got 10 million people, we got 40 million. The math is easy on that one, so it's kind of hard to compete, but we do have a rural carve-out. And then I know we made a commitment on the Lucas Street property, and I looked to our CAO, that is in escrow now, right? Or
No, not exactly. It's going, sorry, Chair. It's going to come to your board to place that item, that piece of property for sale on January 28th. And so then the purchase of the property should be completed by the end of February.
Okay, so that's ready to go, and I know we've made that commitment. So that would, help immensely, and then from there, start highlighting. I mean, our biggest problem is recently we've had some opportunities, and it's hard to get the money from the state, and we have to have outside parties take it because we can't run that kind of housing. It has to be, and affordable housing, we're pushing affordable housing, which means we need the contractors and them to buy into it. And what we're doing on a rural basis too is trying to get some relief on solar, sprinklers, and a lot of that stuff, because if by the time you add everything to an affordable house, the fire retardant, materials, the solar, the sprinklers, and all of those efforts being made on a house that's going to be maybe 800 to 1,200 square foot, if it's done, energy correct, it would probably not have that much of a power usage. We've got $60,000 into it before the lot's made and the sewer's hooked up and a nail's pounded. So we're driving ourselves out of the affordable rate and the availability of outside builder or anything else jumping in and building anything that has any type of return on investment. So we need to focus on that also. I mean, I think we've got to the point where we know we need the housing. We're going to have to work with the people that build it a little better. Like I said, we're building affordable housing on 4th Street and everything else, but they're coming in at over $600,000 a unit. So I guess that's affordable in our world, but it sure doesn't seem up to me. So
a lot of times the first money into an affordable housing project is really important. It's the hardest money to come in, and it's also the source that you need to be able to get the other funding, the state and the federal funding, to be able to do that affordable housing project. Like you said, it's extremely expensive, and we need at least 5 different sources to be able to construct those units at below market rates. So this type of locally controlled fund is extremely important to help gather and leverage those other sources. As far as, the rural communities, I know that San Luis Obispo has more of a revolving fund, but, it would be great if we could be, break some ground and be more of a, I like to look at models, but maybe we should be the model out there for other rural communities out there as well.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I think, moving towards action on this is something that we should be talking about today, right now, because of the time frame. And if you could move back on your slides, or if whoever's in charge. Oh, look, you are in control. Thank you. And there was the Housing Trust Fund opportunity related to the 500 versus the, there you go, 750,000. So independent housing trust fund, that would be if it was just the county. A regional housing trust fund, I assume that means in collaboration with municipalities, and I assume that, as we've seen in other locations, sort of JPAs, Joint Powers Authorities for housing. That's not an unusual construct. I think that, and we would have to move fairly quickly if we were to create one of these. An option might be to look to our COG, HCOG, as a existing organization that could upfront help us with that. I think. I mean, there'd have to be some negotiations and talking with them, but understanding that that organization of which we're a part of already deals with the RENA numbers, already deals in housing, talks about housing as it relates to transportation. I think it's a pretty reasonable organization we should be thinking about working with. I know the city of Eureka and the city of Arcata are very interested in this, housing trust fund for their needs. And I think we could probably, this would be a good a way to reach out with some of our other partners on that. And then we kind of get into the request or the commitment being requested or required for this of $100,000 a year. I think you guys put it together a great list of options. Top of that list, and I'm not what this is. I don't think they're in particular order. Was the TOT. I think that that's a reasonable place to look, especially for our short-term rentals, because many of those are taking units out of the market space. And I found that, I mean, and we talk about what it costs to build a new unit. So every time a unit's taken out of the market space to go into short-term rentals, suddenly there's a burden on the public, at least a pressure on the public, to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars more to then replace it. And so I think we should be really thinking about that impact on our housing stock. And not every unit that's made is every short-term rental unit that is made is being taken out of the stock, and some are being made specifically to put into it. But in aggregate, it's definitely having an impact. I'm seeing it have an impact in my neighborhood for sure, where I live, and I think there are other places where that's the case. I mean, I've got whole blocks that are half short-term rentals. I mean, and it's those were 5 years ago and 10 years ago were all rentals for families and students and people, working people. So I think this is a good opportunity to look at that one. I think, taking, what's being asked of us is basically coming up with something that does this $100,000 a year. It wouldn't just have to be if it was part of an effort that's both the county and the cities. It wouldn't all have to come from the county necessarily, but we do need a stream. So I would like us to, I'm just kind of throwing this out there on the table for discussion where we can kind of move forward, because I would like us to come out of today with some direction to get us to that place where we are working not just by ourselves but committed with others or seeking that commitment from others to get that $100,000 a year running as quickly as possible. Because what's our time frame, Beth, in terms of like when do we really need to be there at the state level, or when does that commitment have to cross the finish line?
Yeah, so the NOFA comes out next month, and the applications would be due in the summer. Robert, is there when you have to have the deposits on hand, is there a specific deadline?
You don't have to have the deposits on hand at application, but you have to have the deposits on hand before the funds are released. So there's two aspects to the match. It's not just $100,000 ongoing. It's also the $750,000 upfront for a regional housing trust fund, or $500,000 upfront for a solo housing trust fund. And you can use the permanent local housing allocation dollars as match if we form a regional housing trust fund, and only if. So our PLHA estimate between Arcata, Eureka, and the county comes in at a little less than $750,000. Need $93,000, I think, is what it says in the report, additional to meet that $750,000. And the maximum application is actually $5 million. So if you can get more match up front, you can increase your potential.
Supervisor Bohn.
Robert, so I think what you're saying is, and probably so everybody's aware of what's going on, the regional is probably the best avenue, because if we're going to allocate funds and say, hey, we found a great place in Arcata to put it, and Arcata's going, what? So, I mean, if they're on board and we distribute that. The other factor is, and this is, not necessarily where I'm leaning, or I'd like to hear more, but I hear this a lot about I don't have a vacation rental problem in my neighborhood, but this is an ongoing problem. So I think what Supervisor Wilson, and I'm not to put words in his mouth, is I think he's looking at number H, the vacancy tax. If you're over 50 days a year empty, you're going to get a certain tax because you've taken your house out of market to get the increased rent values through VRBO, Getaway, or whatever one you use. And we have a declaration. So are we looking, because I'd hate to say, okay, let's take 1% of our TOT tax. And the whole idea is, the whole idea behind that is to get people to come here, and we're becoming more tourist-based than anything as our industries, slow down. And I'd hate to lose that marketing dollar with the idea of the Pacific Rim is supposed to increase travel in the next 20% over the next 10 years. So those people coming to see our redwoods, basically, that's what they want. That's the number one sort, is redwoods, more so than Disneyland, which is cool. But are we looking at something along those lines that we do a vacancy tax? And this is a question, are you looking at taxing the vacation rentals for being vacation rentals? Because it looks like Oakland and Vancouver are doing something to that effect, according to their report.
If you're asking me, I'm open to everything on this list, to be quite honest. So whatever we can derive from these 5 people here sitting up here to make a decision to move forward, I will be more than happy to support in general. I mean, I'm just not obviously let a blanket, yeah, whatever we want, but I'm just saying I'm open to having a discussion for any of these. Whatever is functional. The reason I like the TOT again is because, well, except for the problem with the TOT related to the short-term rentals is we just excluded that. We just had a change in that, and it's going to be hard to reestablish the Airbnb collections. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but so we've kind of like shot ourselves in the foot a little bit on that, and so we might have to talk about that a little bit later. I do think, I've made a request in terms of reaching out to some organizations locally for donations to this, but then those are not ongoing. Certainly, I think I'm not so interested in carving away bits of the cannabis tax and the Measure Z tax, but I will say the vacancy tax is an interesting idea. That's not something we're going to that's going to take some discussion at the, well, we can take a vote in terms of asking our staff to bring back a report on that, but I don't think we can fundamentally start taxing people today. That would be crazy. So anyways, I'm ready to have still some more discussion. We're going to get somewhere today. We just got to hammer some of this out. So I'll let other board members dive in.
That's extremely kind of you, Supervisor. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I think the vacancy tax conversation could be really interesting from several different perspectives, and some people wouldn't like some of the thoughts, but there are neighborhoods where, I know some friends, and they live nearby me. We stand out on the front porch, and there's 3 houses, one over there, one behind, and one next door that have been vacant for a very long time. One is just, due to neglect and boarded up. One is because someone's planning to move back eventually, and I, don't know the other. But there's a lot of neighborhoods that have ones that are absolutely empty. And I know people have a right to do what they plan to do, but it's an interesting concept of how many of those are actually out there that no one is actually living in or even trying to get anyone to live in. And I don't know where that fits in this conversation, but I've been surprised at how many I've been hearing about lately. So.
Supervisor Madrone?
Well, I found it interesting that in this report it gave us some numbers in regards to vacancy rates. We have 11.9% of all housing units in Humboldt are vacant. 12% of our housing stock is vacant. And of that, 5% of the total housing stock is vacant as second homes, right? So we have a huge amount of our housing stock is not even available. But before I get into my comments, and I appreciate the comments so far by the presenter and as well as the board, first I want to thank the committee for your incredible work. 2 years worth of work since we passed the emergency shelter declaration and we established the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee. So I really, really appreciate all the hard work you've all done to come together and try and figure out solutions for us. I'm a bit disappointed that all we're hearing today after 2 years worth of work is the housing first parts of all of this. And while I support that wholeheartedly, that's half the committee. And I have had many committee members come to me over the last 2 years with extreme frustrations over our direction from the board seemingly constraining this committee to a housing first model, while also establishing this Homelessness Solutions Committee. I mean, talk about a disconnect between direction from this board in terms of giving direction to this committee. I think maybe we can correct some of that today. I wish that the two efforts could have worked a lot more cooperatively together to come up with solutions for both housing first, but also dealing with our emergency situation with people on the streets. And I'm not seeing that here today in anything I got. And I see all this talk about previous reports and attempts on the part of the committee to come to us with recommendations that were then taken aside and redirected back to the Housing First model. So I find that pretty frustrating. And perhaps we need to have the Housing Trust Committee regionally so that we can take advantage of all these new funds coming up as one committee, and a Homelessness Solutions Committee as a separate committee. If we're sitting here today after 2 years worth of work and seemingly we're not getting anything from that other side, I would like to raise up the importance of the homelessness solutions part to all this. So I just have to say that's a bit frustrating for me personally, and I know for many committee members. And you know, we're now sitting here with the Boise decision, right, where the Supreme Court has refused to take that issue up. And so people have the right to camp on public property in our community. And I don't think that's necessarily what the community wants to see happening, but maybe it is. I've brought this up at times with individuals in our county who will say, well, that's only good if there's no place for them to go at night and there are empty beds at the mission every night. And I'm sorry, but you know, just because there's 200 beds there and maybe there's 30 or 40 empty at night, there are many people who are not prepared to go into a 200-bed dormitory to spend the night because of various issues they may be dealing with. And furthermore, if you have a dog or you have other things, you're not really able to even go there. And if you're not in Eureka, let's say you're in McKinleyville or you're in Willow Creek or you're in Garberville, well, you're certainly not going to every day go up to the mission to get your room and go back to your hometown or whatever it might be. So I would submit that there are not available beds at night for many of the homeless in our community to be able to take advantage of, and therefore they will have the right to camp on our public property. If we don't start dealing with this problem and providing some sanctuary camps, some safe parking lots, and all the other things we've been talking about for long over 2 years. I am very pleased that the housing element was passed. I see some light at the end of the tunnel there in terms of incentivizing tiny homes, safe parking lots, emergency sanctuary camps, and many other things. I was pleased to see the governor the other day say that we're going to take our surplus property and we're going to make these available to camps. I know that AHA and many other groups in the community have been working hard to try and find these surplus properties and figure out where we may be able to do things. I seriously appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to the implementing ordinances to come before us sooner than later to implement the housing element for ADUs, for detached bedrooms, for mother-in-law units, tiny homes, and so much more, because I do think that's a big part of the puzzle. But even in the presentation here today, it talked about recommendations on homelessness solutions, but I don't really see any other than the Housing First model, which I'm supportive of. Believe me, I am. But that takes a long time to get those things together. I'm supportive of doing a regional housing trust model so that we can leverage more money. I'm supportive, as others have said, of many of these taxes being applied. And I will say that while the TOT theoretically is designed to bring in tourism, if we can provide housing for homeless and camps and other places for them to be safe, where we can bring services and help them in their transitions, that will increase tourism, because I don't think the tourists are coming here to find homeless folks all over the streets and stuff. So I think there's a very direct relationship in using TOT funds to help the homeless. And that, in fact, would increase tourism because, as I just stated, I think that that's not what people are coming here to look for. Frankly, if it was up to me, I'd give $1 million to the Homelessness Solutions Committee out of our cannabis tax or Measure Z or some other source, and immediately come together as colleagues here on the board and identify a safe parking lot and a safe emergency camp in every district and open all of those areas all at the same time so we're not pulling people one way or the other. I know that's challenging to find places to do it. There are never perfect places, but we need to do better, and we need to do that because I'm sure my colleagues get the same kinds of phone calls and emails and everything I get every day, every week saying, what are you doing about these problems in our community? And so many of these folks, the only places they can find a camp are in environmentally sensitive areas around creeks and wetlands and other things. And as a community, having dissolved Devil's Playground, we basically spread people out all over the community, increasing the cost, reducing the ability to help people. And the environmental impact, the community impact, and the impact on the homeless continues to be major. And we aren't solving that. And here we are 2 years later, and I'm very frustrated by that in terms of our lack of action on emergency issues to help people that are out on the street. And I had hoped today that we were going to be getting those homelessness solutions coming before us so we could talk more about all of those in other ways. So, you know, these are things that absolutely weighing heavy on me personally in trying to figure out how we're going to move forward on this. And I hope today that we can not only identify funding sources to be timely with getting this regional program together and securing funds to do these things, but to me, the short term is so much more important with what people are experiencing out there. So I'm hoping we can figure out how to fund that in a significant way, both the Lucas Street sale as well as additional allocations to go directly to emergency short-term solutions. And I hear all the time people talk about how you know, these short-term solutions don't solve anything. Well, if you're one of these people living on the street right now, I'm sorry, but that's just so callous from my perspective. I think that it does solve things. And while I recognize it is short-term, I think it is so critical that we start doing more in this regard. And so I encourage us to dig deep here today and to really take the time to not only provide direction on funding for this housing trust regional element, but also to significantly fund short-term, immediate solutions, which is what we formed this committee for and created the emergency declaration over 2 years ago. So with that, I will pass it back to my colleagues.
Okay, so what I would like to ask is, I'm aware that the Housing and Homelessness Solutions Trust Fund was a big task to set before a committee of volunteers, and I truly appreciate the work that has gone into it, and I appreciate this report. I know that when we put this together, what we were looking for is for the community to come back with suggestions. I am curious to know what other suggestions, aside from the trust fund and the Housing First model, what about those interim solutions? I know that I've worked with my representative on the committee, Patty Ray, and the Department of Health and Human Services, including Robert, to have a look at what we can do in the interim for addressing people who are on the streets or who are in the camps. So can you give us an idea of any of the solutions that have been put forward by the group on that level?
We've had a number of discussions about, you know, a parking lot program. We've looked at a lot of models that are happening. When Vernon was on the committee, he brought forth a number of ideas in terms of, you know, the parking lot programs in, I believe it's in Santa Cruz, or where is it? Santa Barbara, I'm sorry, Santa Barbara. We've also looked at tiny home villages. We've looked at a number of ideas. I think one of the things that's really important is the revenue source to be able to fund these ideas. Yeah. And without that revenue source, how are we going to be able to put these things forward? And where the beauty of the local housing trust fund is that it's locally controlled. It depends on what source we can figure out to be able to go in to some of these very immediate emergency solutions, but we need that revenue source. So here is why we are saying, let's get over this hump of let's decide this soon so that we can get those deposits in there and we can fund some of these ideas that cost a lot of money.
So it appears to me that, you know, when we were talking about putting this together and we put it together, we were already aiming for this day, okay? And in the meantime, we have everyone from the president to the governor of California talking about the same thing. And now the governor is talking about helping on many different levels for housing as well as for temporary housing. So I think we're a big team now, and all we need to do is identify ways to put those funds to good use, you know, identify locations, et cetera, et cetera. And I'd like to pose to you the concept of splitting out now into two tracks again. So the concept of a regional housing group, such as has been mentioned, and then a homelessness solutions that would deal with the more emergency crisis thing. I just want to know what your thoughts on that would be.
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Have you guys identified properties that, I know I've talked to Nezzy on this because I've got 2 or 3, you know, properties that I think the people are willing to do 10-year leases fairly cheap. I know I've looked at, and I think I worked very diligently when we did the Betty Chin Village down at 3rd Street under the pretense we had to move it in a year, and we moved it in a year, and we have put about Betty has put about 147 people into permanent housing through that model that she does. Have you guys identified anything that if we, let's just say, as it's so easy to throw millions of dollars around, we gave you $1 million today, cut the check, you take care of it. Do you have anything, because most of the stuff a lot of the stuff we're talking about is in complete contrast to Housing First, which is what we've been trying to, temporary camps, mini homes, is in complete contrast. So I don't think you were set up to work on something that was in complete contrast. But have you guys identified areas that we could help with or anything like that, as in all 5 districts or whatever, but I mean just 1 or 2 areas that could be used for, let's just say even housing. If we could do a housing complex of smaller homes that we could put something on. Have we looked for any of those properties, or have we talked to any? Because at the end of the day, the guy with the tool belt's going to have to build them. And I don't know if you've been to the Builders Exchange and explained this funding. Because right now we only have basically 2 people building affordable housing. And I applaud them both, even though they're coming in at $650,000 a unit. So I don't know the definition of, I live in a $210,000 house, so that was affordable for me. So I'm just wondering if you have stepped out and kind of put a model together besides the effort of getting the money. When you get the money, where are we going to go with it? Or are we waiting to get the money and then go offer it to people? Does that make sense?
It does. You know, my colleagues who are on the committee who work really mostly on emergency solutions have a lot more information on specific proposals that they would put forth outside of the committee's realm. The committee has looked at, zoning maps in terms of where we could find a zoned parcel. We have not put together a concrete proposal. I think that honestly, we're, operating under the function of, trying to get this source and a program together where folks could come in and apply with their programs to be able to get funded. It wasn't that we were going to propose a project and do it ourselves.
No, I'm not looking. I'm just saying you propose, because with anything, we're matching funds to get more funds, but it just so we have an idea where the funds go. I mean, I sold one of the tiny homes for Nezzy a few years ago and had that great out in Bayside, and I think people are pretty aware, and I think some of those would work as all AUDs and things like that, for that. But I don't know. I'm just trying to see if we've gone anywhere so that we could put a drawing up. So this is what it would look like if we did this, without being in contrast to our Housing First solutions that were the guidelines we had voted to follow.
we put together a program, and policies and procedures that, basically allowed for some of those types of ideas.
Well, I guess I should preface this. It's not. I really appreciate all the work everybody's doing. We always say that, and it's obvious we appreciate what you're doing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time telling you
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I'm-
And I like bringing everything you're doing forward, but I do think when we get something more direct, that it just so we have the bigger picture.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, tagging a little bit on Supervisor Bohn, I think some of my concerns is that if we look too broad, we're going to do too little to too many things and really accomplish nothing. And I know that in the beginning when we talked the Housing First model, it was the brick and mortar. Has there been any change in philosophy where Housing First, that somehow some of the maybe more traditional, formerly considered transitional is now acceptable? Because I'm hearing that there might be some movement in that area, and I don't know if that's actually accurate or not.
I think so. I mean, we've allowed for these. Robert, if you wanted to elaborate.
Thank you.
Right there. So, Housing First is now state law in California, but you can still fund emergency shelters. So, an emergency shelter could be a single building, or it could be multiple small buildings. You can probably fit a lot more people in one single building than you can in a lot of little buildings, but there's no form that's necessarily attached to what an emergency shelter is. An emergency shelter is also loans for the development of emergency shelters are an eligible use of the local housing trust fund match dollars. The PLHA dollars are much broader, can be used for grants, can be used to support staffing costs. So if you take the PLHA funds, put them in the LHTF program, you have now reduced the things that you can use your PLHA money on, but we might need to do that to meet the matching requirements. So anyway, yeah, Housing First is much broader than just saying we can only do permanent housing. You can also do shelter.
Okay, great. So I do want to bring us to a little bit more of the discussion about this potential regional entity. Supervisor Wilson mentioned HCOG as a JPA that's already in existence, so you don't have to create another JPA. Any thoughts on that? Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, it makes sense to me, something that's already potentially established that would have a lot of the abilities to do what would need to be done in a more quicker fashion than if we had to start from scratch. So, I mean, it makes sense. I don't know how it works in the mechanics of it, but.
Supervisor Madrone?
I wanted to follow up on that last question to get a little more detail. So the housing trust fund monies could be used for emergency shelters. Those are boxes, buildings, et cetera. Can they be used for emergency camps and parking lots and these other short-term emergency needs?
Possibly. It'd be a good question for housing and community development.
Yeah, because that would be the question. I mean, that's I appreciate working on all those other things, as I said, but I think we need to be working in both arenas.
You need to do them in a housing first kind of way. So the idea is to maybe put them in a camp for a little bit, but get them out into permanent housing as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. No, I agree. That sort of transitional approach is exactly, I think, what we're thinking about. And there are surplus properties out there. I've identified some in my district, and I'm going to be talking with neighbors and trying to see if we can make something happen there. And I know Eureka's done some things. Supervisor Bohn's worked with Betty Chin quite a bit and others. And, but just, want to make sure that we're able to work in both prongs, here in both directions in that way. And while I realize, suggesting an allocation of $1 million or whatever, that's exactly what was suggested here was 10% of the cannabis tax, which, has been running about 10 million or more a year. And I realize we pushed it out a year earlier this year when we changed how that's collected, but 10% of 10 million is $1 million. And so that's exactly the kinds of numbers we're talking about for this kind of thing. And I just, want to strongly support an allocation for both parts, because I do believe that while doing short-term things does not get people necessarily into housing, it's part of that transition, and it's part of getting people help right away. And so, frankly, I'd be willing to allocate $2 million out of the cannabis tax arena, one for the Housing Trust regional model, and one for emergency sanctuary camps, parking lots, and the staffing that would be required to be able to maintain those in a good way. So, I would be very supportive of that. And as I said, I'd be supportive of TOT for the reasons I stated. I'd love to see a vacancy tax because I think the short-term rental issue is a big one, taking housing stock out, and that's a great way to maybe approach that. Other communities have. So, I'm supportive of that, and I do think we probably need to have two different committees just to be able to get better traction for both elements. But I want to hear eventually from committee members as well, those of you who came here today, your thoughts on all of what we're discussing here, and that will further inform us and will add to this discussion. So at some point I look forward to that.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Madrone. I think I will actually move it now to comments from the public on this item. And thank you very much, and please stick around. You can sit with Robert if you wish.
I won't repeat Supervisor Steve Madrone's very long soapbox, but ditto. From the autistic viewpoint, the Housing First was the dumbest idea I've ever seen. To throw all of our money into one basket where 600 or 650,000 puts one, that's a 30-year structure, that's 20,000 per year for a family to be in things, whereas the money you probably could help 600 people for that 20,000 a year if you implement your parking lots and your other methods. It was a feel-good moment for everybody up there. We're going to go ahead and do Housing First. What's wrong with our system? Well, it happened quite a while ago. There was a clawback on the redevelopment funds. The governor sucked all the money out, and that's exactly what this was doing. It was creating these affordable housing projects all over Humboldt County. If the governor really wants to be, as he's claimed himself to be, California's homeless czar, front page of the paper here, he would be initiating that redevelopment, putting the money back into the communities where the money is best done. Now, he has a little tiny chump change, $750 million fund. He's bragging about $695 million. Some of this is coming out instantly. There's $1 million, but you're talking billions of dollars here. And until they get serious about this and reestablish redevelopment for Housing First, and then also allow the money that needs to be done, very good news that maybe you can go ahead and use these for these small projects. Maybe you can use them for Betty Chin's project, AHA's project. The biggest thing you can do is to fund the people who are able to accomplish these things, who have a track record for accomplishing. And even Rex on finding the trailers originally, kudos, Those are finally, how many years has it taken for those to find a home? That to me is unforgivable. Those things should have been pushed through instantly, and it just seems to be a lack of will amongst our politicians. I'm pleased to see maybe we will have a change of heart on that. You got to be careful who you're taxing and why. Because some of the things you're talking about taxing may have other repercussions that will be more detrimental to our economy. I think the savings should be coming from DHHS. We have a $200 million budget coming out of there. We're going to save them a whole bunch of money. There's got to be some way that the budget coming through Connie Beck's department can be used for some of these things because we're going to save a lot of money. I mean, this is the thing that the people are going to be helped. They're going to get the things they need. It's kind of, once it starts rolling, it's just unforgivable that it's been 2 years and really nothing's rolling other than a few private efforts. I have a great amount of angst, and I share Supervisor Madrone's opinion on how we should move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other comment? Other members of the committee would like to speak?
I'm not a member of the committee, but I'm Winchell Dillenbeck. Thank you, Steve. That was very eloquent. I couldn't have said it any better. And I personally met with Steve. I think you know where I'm at. I've been to this board multiple times. I've written op-eds. I'm sure some of you don't like me. I'm sure you think, I advocate. These are vulnerable people. We need compassion, and we need to solve the problem. It's been pointed out that it's been 2 years. 2 years. And I think it is evidenced by the presentation today that the board is divided and this committee is divided. And I think the most important thing that you can do is to set your priorities. If you do not want to fund the short-term solutions, then just say it. And let's get on with it, and let's not. I have grappled how to get through to you folks many times. And I don't know what the answer is. I do know that when I went in, and I say this phrase, you know, faith without action is dead. You have to take action. We have to be more compassionate for these folks. I know these are tough decisions, and you guys have a hard job. I know you got problems, and you've got all these issues coming to you for money. But I think the primary thing that you can really look at is, and I heard it said by Rex, it takes a fortune to create these places. And the solutions that are right in front of us, and I don't know why the committee was lax. I've been to almost every meeting. I know that they have had discussions about the board. Brick and mortar, housing first. Will they do it? Won't they do it? You have to take action. You really do. Otherwise, we lose our compassion as a culture up here. These are our most vulnerable people. Thank you. I hope that you take action and set priorities and set a course that can be well-defined. I've been on this issue since I've retired for 4 years. The shelter crisis is 2 years old. People are dying every winter. And every winter I say, here is another winter. So I hope that you can get your act together, work with this committee, however you decide to do it, and move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board, ladies and gentlemen of Humboldt County. Again, Madam CAO, County Council. My name is Vernon Price. I am a former appointed person of the Housing Trust Fund Homeless Solutions Committee. One of 3 major concerns of my resignation, and for my resignation, is the short and term solutions were willfully ignored. I thank the presentator for her wonderful work today of bringing this to you. And she did mention that some things had been of hidden. Let me remind you of a document, a 42-page document that I gave to this committee and to this board when we gave a presentation. It's called Hidden in Plain Sight. It is from the Seattle University School of Law. And in that Hidden in Plain Sight speaks of the New Beginning Counseling Center for Safe Parking Program Santa Barbara. That begins on page number 10. I will resend this to you, and this was also on Vice News, HBO, that I did share with the Housing Trust Fund Homeless Solutions Committee of these programs that do benefit and improve the quality of life, and that is a transition into permanent supportive housing, housing first. On-site services, people are easier to find. Tiny home villages, another simple solution that we've willfully ignored for the last 3 years. The second one, the Dreams of Change Safe Parking Program in San Diego, California. Not only does this document show it brings funding sources, relationships, and capital, where you can find the funding for this. In this 42-page document that I have shared with you over the last 2 years. I'm going to send this to you again. Hopefully that this will land on your heart to where your heart can change your mind of finding permanent supportive housing, but also interim solutions, tiny home villages, safe car camping, and others that will save lives in relation to our most recent homeless, unhoused citizen's death, died of hypothermia right here in Eureka, near our waterfront. We're here to save lives. We're here to add hope, build a stronger community in a more vibrant county that we all live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you, for, Supervisor Madrone, for the courage of your conviction.
Any further comment from the public, from a committee member? Welcome.
I am on the committee, and I've listened to all of this a long time ago, over 5 years ago. Affordable Homeless Housing Alternatives has brought to the Board of Supervisors safe parking programs, sanctuary camp ideas, tiny house villages. These are not new ideas. These are things we've been talking about and have been pushed away, rebuked, not taken seriously. And what we've had to do is work really, really hard as an organization to work on creating public policy changes, changing the narrative, and a lot of that has happened. We're very happy with the housing element changes, but as Robert mentioned, maybe you have to have a conversation with Housing and Community Development about whether or not the kinds of things we're talking about as alternatives can actually happen. Because if you know the situation, and you all do because you work with it all the time, the definitions that we use at the state level for sheltering and for housing and the things that really need to shift that the governor is calling for now, because we are in an emergency. It took us years to get the board to declare a shelter crisis. It's been years since a shelter crisis was declared. They're finally saying, this is an emergency. We need to do these things, and thank you for focusing the conversation on that. We do need to do those things. And it's gonna take all of us sitting down, talking about it, and coming up with solutions and resolve to use properties that are available, to work with entities that we've resisted working with for whatever reason, and actually putting dollars and cents to that. The notion that immediate solutions can be funded by state monies is a little bit ridiculous in the sense of the definitions that exist. That's changing, and we need to keep forcing our opinions and our solutions in the direction of the state to help the state understand that. And it's happening in other areas. We could have been the first ones. We can still do this, and we should do this. We really need to have a housing trust fund. We haven't, as a housing trust fund, and I know you're going to make me run out of time, but I'm going to need more time. As a housing trust fund committee, it's been really challenging to try and accomplish all the things that we put out before you, because, and to take any actions. Rex, why have we not done something? We're not even a full-on recognized committee. We don't have our bylaws, our operating rules, the policies that we developed.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate that. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this? Thank you. Your comments will be discussed as we go forward.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a couple questions of Ms. Wade, if I might, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just in short form, what were the other pieces that you wanted to share in very short form, please?
There are lots of different solutions. How they happen, the way in which they can happen can be on a continuum of solutions. It's not one thing immediately. We need everything, but in order of moving people out of temporary situations into permanent housing, there are lots of examples, and we're modeling those, of how that happens in other communities, so that the resistance to whether or not they can actually be successful, or we're going to get ourselves into a mess or whatever, they need to be recognized as viable solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I will bring it back to the board. Appreciate the input from everybody. I think what I would suggest from this report is that we talked about in the formation of the committee, housing as it related to the trust fund and homelessness solutions. And what we have heard, I think, is that you've kind of nailed the housing solutions part to the extent that it may be time to establish this other entity, and that then perhaps go with the idea that the some sort of funding for the emergency solutions. So can I hear any discussion of that at the board? Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I would like to, pardon me. Excuse me. So, not to belabor all of the, everywhere this conversation has gone, which is in a lot of places, and all of it is good discussion to have. But what we have in front of us today is a time-sensitive opportunity to focus in on a piece of this issue. Are we going to solve the issue? No, we're not going to solve the issue of homelessness today. That's just not going to happen. I mean, as I always say, we live in a country where 50% of the new wealth goes to the 1%, and we spend the next 10 countries under the table in military spending, and so we have these problems, right? And the scraps that we're given, we tend to fight over, and we all want to solve the same problem. All we're arguing about is the strategy. So let's not get too negative with each other on that, at that level, because really we're all trying to get to the same place. We just maybe have some strategic differences. So I think that the suggestion that came from Supervisor Madrone related to maybe separating both these two strategies. One is sort of the housing first versus the short-term and sort of acute issues we want to be dealing with, I think is reasonable. And dealing with funding streams, separating those two things, I think is not unreasonable. And I think that that what the state in what it's pushing forward in its request of communities, to basically avail of some of these funds is to, if you create a regional solution, it has to have some construct that's a bit more formal, more like a JPA rather than a committee, and we're familiar with those things. And so I think moving the housing trust fund part of this into a kind of more formalized construct at this moment in time is paramount to getting it done. So I would like to, and I direct staff, because we're not going to do it today, to come back with something that helps us do that vets that concept and gets it going, and that it reaches out to the interested parties, and if it's Eureka and Arcata, and if beyond, that would be great. I mean, if it was HCOG, that for me that's fine and good, and I knew I threw it out there because it exists, and other cities may want to participate in that. The good thing about the regional is that it aggregates those all of those entities in terms of being able to put monies together, so that even if a city doesn't want to necessarily participate in the part where they're building something, although I think it's a great opportunity, it certainly has been advantageous to both the cities of Eureka and Arcata to build this housing. It's been economically a good thing, and it's morally the right thing, but at least it allows other cities to help divert funds that maybe they can help aggregate towards those efforts. And so I think that this is something we should be talking about, or we should do as quickly as possible, set that up, look at some of the ideas today. It seems like some of the more favorable ones was the TOT, the cannabis tax was talked about positively, the vacancy tax I think seemed like pretty good, and probably the donations. All of those looked at seem to have received some positive response from board members so far today, and asked staff to come back with some concepts how we might implement those things to get this part done. On the acute level, I think we have to have, to be quite honest, I think we have to have another meeting on that. I mean, I don't want to discount it. I just think we just really got to focus. We don't have we don't have infinite amount of time today to do this, or we're just going to get fatigued and we're not going to make good decisions. So I really want to get down to this piece, and so that's where I'd like to see this to go. And I am absolutely committed, and I have to say, it's like I've been working every month with the City of Arcata on the City of Arcata's piece of this, and it's been very positive. We've been really moving forward with a lot of great stuff, and maybe it's at that sort of more pedestrian level that we really do deal with a lot of the issues related to these acute issues. But on a housing trust fund level, I think we do need a kind of more regional effort. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I'd love to see us kind of get over the hump on one part of this today, and then let's get juicy into that other stuff kind of
We'll do it.
another time.
We'll
Thanks.
do it. We'll make it happen. Supervisor Bohn.
And you're right, we've been working on this for years. It took me 8 months to get a red curb, so government works in, funny ways. But I think, to say the board hasn't, I think back in September of 2017, we, myself and I think Supervisor Bass, we worked really hard with PG&E to get some trailers donated for approximately 28 housing units. And then we took an empty piece of industrial land next to a sewer plant and said, could we put 28 units down there? We put management in there. And the county offered $100,000 to the city of Eureka to make this plan move forward. That's 2.5 years. Last Tuesday, congratulations to the city of Eureka. We thank them very much. They rezoned the property finally. So I'm not sure where we go now, but those were very expensive, very high-end trailers that we had a contractor that was willing to come in and donate his time to turn them into separate housing units to be run by a private group that has already proved successful. So, but nobody's reached for that golden ring yet, because I think that $100,000 is still sitting there. Those 28 units still sit empty, and that's 50, 60 people that aren't housed or maybe in couch surfing, whatever the case may be. So as we move forward on this, I think Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Madrone, I mean, I'm going to up them. I'm an auctioneer. I want to give you $3 million. I want to give you $4 million. I mean, it's easy to say what we want to do. There's a big issue of what we can do and who we take it from. And I think that's, and it all works in. I understand tourism real well. I've been involved in it, and I understand. But you have to understand that there are so many other avenues, and how hard the Department of Health and Human Services, I think our director and some of her staff were in Sacramento for 3 days last week, listening to this $1.7 billion our homeless king is offering to give up. At the same time, our czar. But I think as we move forward, I think we need to be ready for that. I think we need to move forward. I know we've got places that are zoned for this. I'm not sure what surplus properties we have that we can put, to accommodate, because there's a lot that goes with that to accommodate. Parking lots would work, except we saw the experiment at the city of Eureka trying to get them out before the workforce got in there, and it wasn't as successful as they thought. Now, the county, much to its, and to this board, we've decided not to purchase the units on 4th Street. There's 30 units or 24 units that are basically empty now. Maybe you could approach the landowner there about managing those and using that for housing. I mean, there's some opportunities available. I was surprised that 12% of all the houses in Humboldt County, I know we have some vacation rentals down in, in certain areas, but I didn't realize it was 12%. So maybe the vacancy tax or the rental tax is a good way to go. But I think the approach that Supervisor Wilson wants to take with somebody that's already in place that can take the funds is a unique and not a bad idea. It's been 6 months since the mayor of Seattle put up $250,000 for a pilot car park program. I have, because I think it was, because I remember following it, and we all know what they're, what they tried to do to Google and everybody else. I mean, which wasn't a bad idea to get them to supplement that. But we should probably maybe see how that program is working and what their actual costs are on running that program, and what the time constraints are, and things like that, and what the other services will have to provide around that. DHHS has the SOS van that they go to a lot of locations, so that would be a great place to provide services, so we can still do that. But we still need to find that empty lot that we seem to, that is out there, but I have no idea where. So I always think, I'll probably get in trouble with this, that north end of the mall parking lot that nobody uses, that one that jets out next to, that's huge. And they don't use it at Christmas anytime anymore, because unless they park surplus UPS trucks delivering Amazon. So, I mean, there's a big site right there. So sorry to the city of Eureka, but I'm sure there's more in my district and other places. So that's what we probably have to focus on a little bit more, and just give us some more direction. You've given us a lot of great ideas and more direction. Show us where it's at and see if we can reach it together.
So Supervisor Bass, and then I do want to say very quickly here that the way I see this going, because I'm hearing a lot of people emoting, explaining their concern, and recognizing the issue. But what we're trying to do right now is take this presentation and go to the next step. And I see things going in the direction of directing staff to come back to us with a look at the formation of a JPA, or how a JPA might be addressing regional needs, and also the potential for a separate committee that would have some source of funding for emergency housing. But I'd like the CAO to say something, because I think you want to say something.
Well, I've been sitting over here drafting what I think might be a possible motion for your board. And so I think part one of the motion, from what I'm hearing from today's discussion, is to direct the Department of Health and Human Services to return to the board with recommendations to establish and operate a regional trust fund. The second motion would be to direct the CAO and DHHS to return with recommendations on contributions to the regional trust fund, including but not limited to TOT, cannabis, and a vacancy tax. Mm-hmm. And then I think the third recommendation is to direct DHHS to return with recommendations on short-term housing strategies, including funding sources. And so that would include your emergency shelter component.
Supervisor Bass first, then Supervisor Wilson. Thank you, CEO Nielsen.
And I appreciate the words that you just spoke, because I was trying to figure out what that would look like. But when you mentioned one of them being the regional trust fund, I didn't hear anything specific to the JPA. I mean, is that implicit that you could be looking at how that could work?
Sorry, I said establish and operate. So the operate is how does that work? Is that a JPA? So
okay, so basically you'd bring back what you believe is, so if an existing one works, that's what you'll be looking at.
Yes, we wouldn't want to recreate additional work. If we have an existing structure that could perform that function, that is what we would prefer to use.
And so you need to figure that part out. Okay.
Supervisor Wilson?
Alternative to, I would say preferably the regional, but I would say that we have a timeline issue, and if the regional solution isn't going to work in that time frame, then the non-regional version would be fine too, from my perspective. I mean, the regional one has a lot of advantages, including the expanded amount of leveraged funds from the state. But if for some reason functionally it just can't happen in time, I mean, we may need to take sort of exclusive action to get what, to kind of get into motion what we can. And I would like to make sure that that's, offered as a plan B or alternate to that. Your third recommendation, it seems a bit, from my perspective, I would just be asking that we really talk about more like the construct of what the recommending sort of the reconstitution of the committee and its direction, rather than asking staff to come back with all the solutions, which is, and only because I just don't think that you can necessarily, based on what we've gotten. I mean, having some suggestions is good, and I think that really, again, looking at those short-term or acute issues really does require, we're seeing a lot more of that kind of committee-type creativity that's needed at the community level versus the housing trust fund stuff, which really needs some more, it is more of a brick and mortar thing. It requires the constructs that we're talking about here today. So I would just ask that, that third one kind of dial it back a little bit, in that I just can't see you coming back with the solution to that, if that's how I'd heard it described.
So the third one could be something pretty simple, like direct Health and Human Services to return with reconstruction of the Homelessness Solutions Committee. So I think that something like that could address your concerns.
I think just from personal experience and having Robert involved in a meeting that we had with local people looking at the solutions, it's very, very helpful, because he understands all of the funding streams and how they can be leveraged, et cetera. People can come with a good idea, and then you can expand on that. So I think that would be a very important function. So those are directions. Do we need to go further with this, or can we just make that a direction? Do you want a motion as well?
I move that we go in the direction as stated by the CAO.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, Supervisor Bohn?
Can we put a time frame on this so we're not here going, well, I remember last year when we did the motion to do this, so we could, kind of get the activity going.
We have a time frame that's already implicit in achieving, in basically leveraging the funds being promoted by the state.
Yep.
We need it before then, though.
Can you reference that?
We don't need the funds.
The local housing trust fund guidelines are still in draft form. The HCD told us they expect to release the NOFA, the Notice of Funding Availability, in April, but that was in October. Still don't have final guidelines. I've been emailing with them with some concerns about the guidelines, so I know they're still working on it. So we may have a much longer timeline actually than April. And it could be that when the Notice of Funding Availability comes out, applicants are defined as, for a regional housing trust fund, could be a group of counties, could be county and multiple cities, but I have a feeling you're going to be able to work out all the details of the JPA after you file the application. So your application would be conditioned on, if awarded, we're going to form a nonprofit or a JPA. And also there's a big incentive. There's limited amount of funding available in the local housing trust fund program. I want to say $58 million. And they're saying there's going to be a big preference for regional housing trust funds over local.
So I'm going to ask a question through the chair.
Maybe April would be.
Yeah, what do you feel comfortable with in terms of returning back to us what we proposed?
We should certainly start having a discussion with the other jurisdictions. I know some discussion is already going on, and who would ultimately be in charge of awarding loans to projects. But I don't know that we need to move to create a formal entity at this stage.
But in terms of reporting back to us.
Come back and report. Yeah, right.
How about April?
That's what I'm threw out there. Let's add April in there as a report back to the board. Okay.
How about March?
Great.
I think middle of March. I mean,
End of March, end of,
Supervisor Bass, the secretary, correct?
yes.
Did we decide April or March, though? I
End
heard
of
that.
March.
I heard
Is that okay?
That's one day later.
Well, I mean,
by April, maybe?
Well, I was saying the month of April, so making a recommendation on the establishment of a regional trust fund is probably somewhat easy. The operation of it becomes a touch more complicated. And so if you could give staff time to work through that, that would be greatly appreciated.
keep it to April. Supervisor Madrone, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned a number of funding sources that you listed there, the cannabis tax and others. Also, sales of property like the Lucas Street property ought to be included in that list.
It's already there.
I know it's already there, but I just want to make sure it's kept in the forefront of deciding where that might go. This doesn't need to be a part of the motion, but I would like to get a definitive answer on whether or not the housing trust funds can be used for the short-term stuff. I saw you speaking with the council. I suspect there was some back and forth there on that, but I would like to get a definitive answer on whether or not that approach actually works, because that then sort of sets the stage. If we can do that kind of transitional work, great, we can make that work. If not, it puts an increased emphasis on the homelessness solutions component of this.
Just say, keep in mind that with the local housing trust fund program, this is strictly for loans. So for acquisition, pre-development, development. And if you do a loan to a shelter, I've been having this discussion with HCD, you're gonna have to commit to operating the shelter for 15 years, and then the loan would be forgivable.
Right.
Then coming up with another funding source to actually operate a shelter for 15 years, shelters are expensive to operate.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, no, I was more thinking along the lines of safe parking lots and emergency camps and the funding that would be needed to manage those, because there's cost associated with those as well. And I actually agree completely with Supervisor Bohn about the north parking lot at the mall. That's full circle back to Devil's Playground. But on the pavement with really good management, it's never used for parking. It's a very, very overdone parking requirement seen there at the mall, and that one certainly important. But separate from this motion, I support the motion as it's stated. Separate from this, I would like to see if we might, well, I'll bring it up after we do these motions. So keep it simple, but I have another idea.
Supervisor Bohn?
I was just going to ask, is 2.5 months enough time, 1st April, but so we have a definitive date? Is 2.5 months enough time?
Well,
It's not a red
I was
curve.
saying in the month of April, because there are 4 meetings in the month of April. So, you know, I understand the need for speed here, but these are somewhat complicated issues. And so we want to make sure that we're giving you all the appropriate and accurate recommendations. And so if you could give us the month of April, if we can have it to you in the first meeting of April, that is what will happen. If not, it may be the last meeting in April.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make a comment. You know, I know it's easy for us to talk about which lots look good. And I can tell you that probably right now we're already getting emails saying, oh my gosh, you've decided it's going on that lot. So I want to make it very clear to anybody who's watching or listening that none of those decisions and that conversation would never happen without bringing our cities, whoever it is, on board. Because I know it's easy for us to talk about different lots, but I just say caution us to just be a little more general, I think would be a good up here.
And I apologize for that, but I brought that forward for a basic understanding about how many emails we're going to get about one lot.
Yeah.
So we're talking about all these lots. And so we're going to get emails on every lot. So there are so many factions that we have to get through to make this happen. I mean, I can tell you when we did the Container Village, I was in 3 business meetings with all the surrounding business people, and to push it through, and out of respect for what was going on, they gave us 1 year. We had to be out in 1 year. So then we spent the next year trying to find another location. So fully aware of that, and it was no, I don't know if it's General Growth, I have no idea who owns them all. It was not to light up any fires.
Well, I appreciate that. The first comment didn't hit it. Then when I heard it a second time up here, I thought, okay, I better just say that's not necessarily a conversation.
That was just an opening of That's the one people look at them and go, why don't we use that? But we're going to.
All right, my friends, I'm stepping in.
Well, it's really good. You can step in for other people too.
May I have a clarification on the motion before we vote it, please? This is for the clerk.
Direct the Department of Health and Human Services to return to the board with recommendations to establish and operate a regional or local trust fund in the month of April. Direct the CAO and DHHS to return with recommendations on contributions to the regional trust fund, including but not limited to TOT, cannabis, and vacancy, in establishing a vacancy tax, and also including the Lucas Street property proceeds. Direct DHHS to return with reconstruction of the Homelessness Solutions Committee.
Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Passes unanimously.
Madam Chair.
And I really do want to thank everybody for their work, and especially, I liked what everybody had to say, but I think that resonated for me listening to Nezzy, because I know Nezzy's been working on this for a very, very long time. And I can see that she's kind of getting more and more steeped in all of the mechanisms that it takes to make these things happen. And we're, as I mentioned earlier, we are all on the same team from all the way across. So let's get moving on it. Really appreciate it and appreciate the vote. I'll give you 1 minute to add your little moment, Supervisor Madrone, because we do have another item.
I understand. I would like to make a motion that we direct DHHS and Public Works to identify possible safe parking and camp areas on county property, and to meet with Caltrans to identify state properties where emergency solutions might be implemented, and to include a spreadsheet on pros and cons for those various sites.
I think we already did this, at least the board did this 2 years ago.
And Caltrans already has a list.
Yeah, that's been done.
Let's bring it back for an agenda item to discuss it in detail then. I'll just leave it at that and drop my motion.
I think it's,
That's fine, great.
I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
Glad to hear that it's out there. I think we're going to need this information sooner than later, so let's revisit it. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 minute?
Great. And that will bring us to our next item, which is the, let's see, Humboldt Lodging Alliance. The vice chair will be back momentarily. Welcome, Director Adair.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Supervisors. Good to be before you again today. I'm Scott Adair. I'm your Director of Economic Development, and at your request, I am coming back before your board after a 3-month review period with a staff report on some recommendations that were made by the Humboldt Lodging Alliance regarding assistance for short-term rental operators. As you're aware, your board adopted a motion allowing the HLA to make a modification to their management district plan. I do want to just restate to reinforce clarity for your board and also for the public that this was not an item initiated by the department. We were simply the legislative vehicle for processing the HLA's request. After reviewing their request to make that modification to the management district plan, which resulted in eliminating short-term rental units of 4 or fewer from the MDP, your board asked staff to work with the HLA to come back with a recommendation for assisting short-term rental operators. The HLA did convene a meeting on this matter. It was determined by their executive committee to set aside a budget of $15,000 and also staff time to help STRs organize and work together to develop potentially a new T-bid. In addition to their recommendation, your staff has made a determination working with the HLA that we will lead a effort for an outreach, or we will lead outreach in an effort to create a town hall meeting with the STRs within the boundaries of Humboldt County to talk about ways that economic development and the county can be supportive to their industry. That said, the recommendation today is that you receive the report containing the recommendation from the HLA, and that you take any other action or direct staff as necessary. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Bass.
Knowing that the HLA has been meeting with some of the principals for the short-term rentals, actually somebody that manages a lot of short-term rentals, and a few other people, and I think it's progressing, so I was heartened to hear that, so it's good stuff.
Correct.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was pleased to see what I read. I wasn't sure what it was going to look like, and I thought it sounds like good progress is being made. I'm curious if you think the $15,000 that is being suggested will actually cover, or do you have any idea if that's a reasonable amount?
The $15,000 budget was a determination made by the HLA. In our discussions with the HLA and their executive director, we inquired as to whether or not that would suffice for formation of a T-bid, and their response was that this number came in part from discussions with their consultant, Civitas Advisors, who assisted with the formation of the first T-bid, and it was understood that $15,000 would be a starting point for the industry, but it would not cover the entire formation cost. So that would be something that would be up to the STRs.
So, if I might, those costs would include working with LAFCO? Anything else? I mean,
it could include consultant fees. It depends on the nature of the organization that they want to form, whether it's a T-bid or if it's just a simple association.
Yeah,
and then whether or not they engage with counsel or other consultants. The $15,000 wasn't necessarily earmarked as covering any specific cost per se. It was just intended by the HLA to be seed money, if you will, to seed an initiative like that if there was one that was presented by the short-term rental operators. The HLA was specific to state that they would not lead the charge in this regard, that they would like to see that come from the STRs, but that they would contribute the funding and the staff time. I did ask a clarifying point whether or not the $15,000 included staff time. They said that it was separate. So it would be separate staff support from the HLA and the $15,000.
That's right. Yeah. Supervisor Bohn?
And this may be for John or you. The comment made, we shot ourselves in the foot earlier, but the short-term rentals are still paying TOT, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
they are.
Yeah.
They're not paying
They're not paying
the
into the
imposed
T-bid.
HLA part of it. With that being said, this may be, are they broken out as how much money is getting from an Airbnb or short-term rental? Is that broken out in the tax collection? I know it's hard with Airbnb because we just get a check. And John, I'm going to have to ask you, because I'm wondering if, as we're talking about giving these TOT taxes away for other things, I'm just wondering if we could, if we supplement. I know the HLA, there wasn't a cap on that 15,000. That was a starting point, as you said, and a staff, I think they would.
Their executive committee, the executive committee for the HLA approved of 15,000, then that went to their full board and they approved the 15,000. There was no discussion as to whether or not there would be additional funding, but if a request was made, I would imagine that would simply go before the HLA for review.
Because there was no discussion about that being the end of it either.
I can tell you that John may be able to answer your question much more succinctly regarding the breakdown of tax allocations. There are some challenges to forming a T-bid. The funding and the staff support from HLA is not necessarily...
And I'm not looking to support a T-bid, but if the TOT taxes are broken down in any which way that we know they're coming from an STR and we're getting $2 million from STRs, I'm just throwing, and we wanted to take 10% of that instead of the total TOT going to all the different ventures, and I know that's a high number.
We provided...
Could we give them 10% to help them without a separate T-bid when we allocate our TOT taxes?
We provided that number in one of our initial staff reports. When the HLA made a request to your board to modify their MDP, we provided what the actual breakdown was.
It's $96,000, if I remember right.
So, Treasurer,
The amount of funding that was coming
telling
through
you?
T-bid from short-term rental operators, we provided that in initial report. I think it was around
okay, you guys,
80,000.
through the chair, please.
Oh, apologize.
Okay, so, John Bartholomew, Treasurer Tax Collector, and Chair Fennell and fellow board members, thank you for asking me up here today. Supervisor Bohn, just to go to your question initially, the TOT, we have a breakdown for what every single hotel and short-term rental operator has submitted to us for as long as they've been within our system. But that excludes the money that was sent to us through Airbnb, because that's kind of a black box arrangement whereby they send us the TOT and the HCT bid without breaking it down to any particular property. So that money is the only money that we do not know specifically where it's coming from.
What, just, I guess it's public record, what is an average, I know it's not average, but I mean, at the end of the year, what is our check from Airbnb average? I mean,
Well, it's been going up every year, and
sure.
I apologize for my pause here, but I'm trying to remember the exact dollar amounts. And it seems to me that there was $109,000 from Airbnb in 2018, and for the first 2 quarters of the 2019 calendar year, that had gone up to about $80,000 or $90,000, and so you can see that's ramped up significantly.
50%.
Yeah, but again, I'd have to go review the numbers.
And all I'm doing is for the short-term rentals, if they do organize and decide how they're gonna advertise themselves. I know Airbnb motels advertise on it and everything else, but the majority are small rentals. And going back to what we were talking about earlier, and I'm kind of morphing back, is there a taxing agent available there for a vacancy tax or a small-term rental tax to help with the housing units? And I'm morphing back a little bit, but that was just a clarification. I'm not looking to start another T-bid because I know that,
Chair, if I may, I do have that information.
Thank you.
The 2018 HCT bid assessment on lodging businesses with less than 5 rentable units at a single location was $109,346 for the unincorporated areas of the county. The total, including the other city jurisdictions, is $185,577, and that was for 2018.
Thank you.
Just going up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Appreciate it. Any other questions for the Treasurer Tax Collector before he goes and sits down?
Sure.
Okay.
I have some questions.
Yeah.
So, assuming that a new T-bid is created, right, because that's kind of what we're talking about, correct?
No.
Excuse me, my clarification was, when it was said we shot ourselves in the foot, we didn't take TOT tax away from them. We just took that 1% or the HLA part of it out, the T-bid part of it, because they were no longer going to be part of we still get TOT tax.
But we're talking about creating a new T-bid.
Right.
That's
The
what
potential for it, yes.
that's what's being talked about right here. That's
Exactly.
the subject matter? Okay.
Yes.
Are we not, I guess we're not on the same page there, but I think we're talking about creating a new T-bid, which then has to be managed by our staff. So in the decision to remove folks, a whole segment from the T-bid and creating 2, it's gonna cost us staff time and it's gonna cost us money. So, I mean, I'm just like going back, it was like, our decision to disenfranchise a bunch of people from that process is gonna cost us money. It's gonna cost the entity that's proposed, the Humboldt County Tourism Board, it's going to cost them money. It's costing everybody money, and the only thing that we got out of it was just to disenfranchise people from the process. I'm still not clear what the value of that was, and now you're asking to create a T-bid to try and gather people together many of which have, part of the black box of Airbnb in that process is that they protected, I'm just going to say, they protected many of the short-term rental folks who are putting into that. That black box protects them from us knowing whether their business is in a zone, not zoned for where it's at. It's like so now we're asking a separate process to do that, excluding Airbnb from that process, because I don't think we can ask Airbnb to be back into this again. And so the likelihood of actually organizing the short-term rentals to do a new T-bid, I find, well, I'm not sure. I mean, what's the likelihood? Even if an entity's throwing in $15,000, how easy is it going to be to now organize the short-term rentals as a separate entity? There's just many more of them. But I found interesting is that their percentage in the Airbnb part is still greater than the entity of the group we just dropped, we kept, which I think is interesting.
In answer to your question, Supervisor, and just quick clarification, when your board made the decision to allow the HLA to modify the MDP, there was concern on the board that there was a lack of support for the short-term rental operators. So the direction given to staff was to, after your board allowed the HLA to make that modification, that staff would work with the HLA to determine what their offer of support or assistance would be for the short-term rental operators in that industry. So after that meeting in October, we spent some time with the HLA, and I know that they engaged in conversations with some of the STR operators, and then they determined through their executive committee and through their board meeting that the $15,000 of support and staff time for the possible formation of a new T-bid would be the level of support and assistance that they would offer to the industry. Staff then decided to add on to that through the Office of Economic Development, we could lead some sort of a town hall discussion with the STR industry to explore other options. So today what we're bringing before you is a report back on what the HLA is proposing and then what staff is proposing regarding a town hall discussion for STRs, not necessarily the formation of a new T-bid, but now to get to your question. Yes, it would be complicated and there's some challenges. John and I were talking about this earlier just in the back of the room, that there is a requirement to have a majority of over 50% of STR operators to buy into the formation of a T-bid, and that might be challenging and difficult to do.
And I would like to throw in there, just briefly, if you wouldn't mind, Supervisor Wilson, just the whole concept of the short-term rentals and sort of being under the radar in many ways, and also self-advertising over the internet, social media, just knowing several VRBOs, et cetera. I know that you can tell right away who's doing their own marketing because they've got more people showing up more frequently, and others are just kind of letting them sit there. So I'm not 100% sure even if they can or will or want to get together as an entity, but that is something that is probably the next phase of this, with the discussions between the HLA and the STRs. But I guess the upshot of this is that the HLA is saying, we'll give you this amount of support, and you're letting us know that. That's all we know today.
Again, I don't see any upshot. All I see is disenfranchisement of a group of people, and it's costing everybody a bunch of money and time. There's no value to it as far as I can tell. But separate from that, does this mean, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Bartholomew, is the TOTs, I know this is separate from T-bid, so are we getting less TOT from there's no change in TOT, correct?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. I want to make sure about that. But there was a construct just a little bit ago, or idea that was thrown out that the TOTs are for marketing, but TOT is what is just general fund. It's for whatever we decide.
Correct. The transient occupancy tax is discretionary revenue that your board receives and is allocated through the budget process, and it is discretionary revenue. We've received it. I want to say it's about $1.8 million. Don't quote me on that, but it's around that number.
Right. And go.
It's about 2.1, actually.
Right.
But you're close, yes.
And I just, for just the sake of the, morphing the discussion we had before, just like Mr. Excuse me, Rex put together, many communities use TOT not just for the promotion of the industry, but to address impacts, and so I want to make sure that we understand that. That's great.
Yeah, and the TBID was basically for advertising.
Right. So, I want to limit our exposure with regards to this in terms of the county and our staff time, to be quite honest, because I don't know what value we're going to get out of this. If we're trying to try and herd a bunch of cats together and have a bunch of meetings and then it all just kind of falls apart, we should have at least some accountability into what we just costed ourselves in time and money to, again, disenfranchise a bunch of people from an organization. That's all I have to say. I don't see how, I don't understand, I still don't see the positive outcome of this direction we're moving in. And with that, I move that we receive the report.
I'll second that we receive the report.
Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I share the concerns that Supervisor Wilson is talking about. And I guess if this thing fails, maybe the Humboldt Lodging Alliance can provide the county that $15,000 to cover its staff costs of trying to pull something together. That would be one option. But more importantly, I think today we've had some discussions about impacts to the community from short-term rentals. In Trinidad, short-term rentals are now 40% of the town. And that has led to a difficulty in finding people that want to serve on the city council, that want to serve on the planning commission. They've had to amend their rules to allow people outside the city limits to be on the planning commission just to try and fill that role. And that was where I was going to go next, is the volunteer fire departments. Now, in West Haven, which is in the county, and the county has no short-term rental ordinance of any kind whatsoever. And so as these things continue to grow, we're losing more and more housing, which creates more and more impacts in the community while certain people benefit from it. And when you look at volunteer fire departments in West Haven, it is having a dramatic impact on people who live in the town who are willing to serve on that volunteer fire department. So we're putting our communities at risk to not do something about these impacts of short-term rentals. And I would submit to you that it's high time that we consider a short-term rental ordinance for the county that includes a number of issues that have been brought up today. Not for today's discussion, but I think it's high time we consider that because the impacts to the communities are growing all the time.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, and maybe I heard a whole different thing when the lodging alliance came. That was just to assist, because what the lodging alliance, if I remember their presentation, their definition of promoting Humboldt County, the way they wanted to promote it, was a lot different from the smaller operators, because we had people sitting at the table that had 150 units, i.e. the one in McKinleyville, but then you had somebody that had 2 rental units saying, I want to promote this, and they thought the professionals, if I got that right, so they didn't want to disenfranchise them, they just wanted to, so they were giving them every opportunity to organize like they organized, because they're two separate classes of businesses in a roundabout way, and so I think that's the part. And I don't. What is the Lodging Alliance? What is their annual income? Since you have it right there, and I haven't.
Yeah, I think Scott has it, but it should be about $1 million a year.
So it was.
Or so.
Okay, so it was about $1 million a year for the Lodging Alliance. So they're bigger. I mean, it was said that the percentages were a lot smaller, and all the people from the HLA don't get the option of reporting or not reporting. The HLA all have to report because they're brick and mortar housing, rental, units, i.e. motels, hotels, and everything. So I agree with, if you want to take that battle, I don't know if Trinidad has an ordinance, but is it 40% of the houses can be rental units? Okay, so. So that's something that we can figure out who's gonna pay for and enforce and go that route, but, and that is causing issues in all the small areas, and so, as we move forward, but I remember the HLA did everything they could to assist the short-term rentals in setting up their own operation because they felt they were two separate operations. And I can't say they were because I don't own a motel, and I used to have a VRBO, but I couldn't talk for other people that have them. So I think they were going in two different directions, and I guess that's where the tie-down was. I don't think they were trying to disenfranchise anybody, because I think they gave them every opportunity in the world to organize their own organization, so.
So I think one of the ways we can address concerns about how much the county is footing the bill for any of this is that basically at this point, you're reporting back to us, they're working together or not. The HLA has made an offer. Let them work together, see if they come up with something. I think that if by any chance, it would be important for the STRs to recognize that should they form a TBID, they would actually have to staff it themselves and not have the county staff it. But in the meantime, I would encourage you as Economic Development Director to stay, aware of what they're focused on. I mean, I know you go to 5 million meetings a week, and this is just one of them. But to keep us informed, I don't think we're asking for any more at this point, but to accept the presentation. So with that, we have a motion on the board. Oh, sorry, public comment.
Ken Swatsky, it's always nice to have an expert on numbers, got most of his head in the room. Rather than some people kind of guess. Scott's really good at numbers also, appreciate that. The Airbnb model is a very interesting one. And like I said when I was young, you have two different kinds. And the ones that we appreciate, and I think it's the future of Airbnb, is when you have extra rooms in your house that you're living in. A lot of times there's these rooms, and this is the ideal situation. I mean, the person comes and lives with you, they're part of your family for a weekend or whatever, and it's a very enjoyable back and forth overall. On the other hand, and of course, I'm going down to Mexico on, I think, the 15th of February, and I will be engaging in Airbnb purchases down there most likely. Each of them will have a site manager who's able to live on site, and I will be providing housing for most likely a couple who have handyman skills and cleaning skills to facilitate my business model. On the other hand, you did shoot yourselves in the foot big time when you made this thing. I totally agree with 3rd District Supervisor Mike Wilson. The people, when we're going to have our economic downturn, I've done a lot of studying, actually came close to purchasing 2 motels here. My study on those showed that we have one of the worst areas for return, the lowest vacancy, the highest vacancy rates that you're in the motel business. We have too many here even now during good economics. When things go down, I was looking at such things as the Scotia Inn, 39 rooms, communal kitchen. There's your housing solutions. During bad economic times, you will look at motels that have those things. Eagle House, the same thing. I think 19 rooms, communal kitchen. When times are tough, these are where people can go and live. You have each of these rooms. Of course, you have your bedroom, your bathroom, individual space. And that's the model you're going to see happening. And so for some of these moteliers who think their future exists in the motel business here during bad economic times, this is a worldwide downturn we'll have. It'll be a worldwide depression. People won't be coming here. The few that can will want to go to the houses. And of course, who can offer the best rates? Well, someone's got an extra room. They can do this for 10 cents on the dollar, actually, that someone can do on the other thing. And it's a win-win because they're sharing meals, they're sharing food. And that's the future I see as far as Airbnb in Humboldt County. My crystal ball is usually pretty good. I've looked at these things. Still may, $800,000 for 39 rooms with gigantic kitchen and living area is extremely inexpensive these days. So these are the kind of models you ought to be looking at to solve our housing things. Recently, one of the motels was redone up here in the middle of town, a few blocks away. I thought that might going to be turned into affordable housing. It's a motel back to a motel. But longer term wise, these things are not viable, especially with the high expenses out there and low return. So Airbnb, small good, a whole bunch of them, maybe not good.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board. I will just point out there's a subtle difference there too. A difference in their Airbnb is that old model of bed and breakfast. We used to have a lot of those in Ireland, and Airbnb became the internet version, and then VRBO, and you got everything else in between. So things change all the time. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Scott. So the next item on the agenda is a closed session for time certain. I don't think we can, CAO, or do we want to announce that now or come back at 12 to announce it? We have a closed session for the end of the day. Do you want us to try to get that done now? It isn't.
The other one is not time certain, so you
Yeah.
could start that now if you wanted to.
Let's do that and then come here for the time certain one. Okay, great, thank you. So, Councillor Duke, can you tell us what our closed session item is that we're going to now?
Thank you, Chair. So it is the intent of the board to meet in closed session for a conference with legal counsel pursuant to paragraph 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9D due to existing facts and circumstances that give rise to significant exposure to litigation.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
It's my favorite vague one. It could be anything, couldn't it? Well, it sounds like it's not the one on the housing thing, so that was clarified today. You're not moving forward on the project over here. That seemed to be contentious. I think in the future you're going to find what you passed today in item 9 will be something you may go ahead and start looking for litigation coming down the pipe from your employees. I did speak, and I did go out and inform a few people of their new rights they just have. And one of them, I dealt with a specific one. Well, they said, "Well, is it retroactive?" And so you're going to have a lot of people there going through the administrative process. If you don't have that insulated and set up right, so that somebody can't circumvent the process, you'll end up in court. And these are going to be averaging $100,000 lawsuits, mostly for illegal termination. And you're prompting and heading in that direction with a whole bunch of your employees that these certain aspects, finger pointing or whatever, can be considered so vague that it leaves you totally open to that. So you might start budgeting for that, budgeting quite a bit more for county counsel's office. It's always great to see Natalie in the room here, and I appreciate her skill set as far as sitting in that chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, we'll be going into closed session, and then we will have another closed session item set for noon, so we'll be back at that point.
Nothing to report out of the first closed session.
Thank you. And now we have a time certain for noon, which is we're a little late for it. Nonetheless, we'll go forward with it. And can you tell us what that is? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intent of the board to meet in closed session for a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Hum CPR Affiliates et al. Versus the County of Humboldt et al., case number CV 1900875.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
So I have a generic comment, which I always make. It's always best to settle things rather than go on and have them cost money. Sometimes there's other avenues, and I have not read this case. I'll be quite direct. I'm not privy to that. But the understanding of what happened and transpired in the public forum was it was alleged there were some changes done kind of after the fact. We have a general plan that, in my opinion, you folks passed that was stale beyond belief at the time, as far as it did not refer to cannabis whatsoever. There was one reference of marijuana in there, and it's way past time, in my opinion, to initiate an update. And I did bring this to John Ford's attention. He doesn't want to hear it, and I can understand why. It's a big project, but it doesn't have to be a giant one. This thing needs to be redone, tuned up, and if that's satisfactory to everybody, have a chance to use process, go through the thing, make changes that were desired by some of you up there, fix a lot of broken things that are still not up to date in that thing. I know it's a big headache, but how many years did it take? Was it 20 years or something? Seems like forever. But if you start from the time we initiated, you're back in the process to start a new one. Small amendments, and I recommend instead of it ending up in litigation, that you all take that viewpoint and make those changes, and the public most likely will support a lot of what the people wanted to change, and they may have been justified, but I think the process would eliminate the chance of litigation. Thank you for my less than 1 minute.
Thank you. All right, we're going back into closed session. So, welcome back to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meeting of January 14, 2020. Councilor Duke, can you give us a report out of closed session, please?
Thank you, Chair. There's nothing to report out of closed session.
Thank you. And that will bring us to our time set. It is from the Planning and Building Department, and it is an appeal of the Hawk Valley Farms LLC. So I would open that hearing and ask Director Ford to give us a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. My name is John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me are Supervising Planner Cliff Johnson and Keenan Hilton to present the Hawk Valley project. This appeal is a little different from any other application that you've seen before, primarily because this is related to the denial of a conditional use permit resulting from violations of an issued interim permit. As you'll recall, when interim permits were envisioned, they were envisioned with minimal review, primarily focused upon determining what the pre-existing cultivation area was and the expectation that an applicant would behave responsibly and maintain compliance with the ordinance. And it was understood that in situations where there were violations, that could result in the loss of not only the interim permit, but also the inability to have an actual permit issued. In this particular case, there were a series of violations and violations that were not corrected, resulting in the Planning Department taking this forward to the Planning Commission for consideration of denial of the conditional use permit. That the Planning Commission did deny the conditional use permit. In fairness, in filing the appeal, the applicant's representative team have worked to resolve the outstanding concerns. They've made an offer relative to the cultivation area, payment of fines, and detailing how to move forward. There are two outstanding items that are issues that are significant. One is the issue, and this is something the Planning Commission really struggled with, is that in the compliance agreement that was part of the interim permit, there's a statement in there indicating that the applicant is acknowledging that if they violate the terms of that compliance agreement, that they would not be eligible for further permitting. Then this is also a situation where this application goes back far enough that it was really the first one that created a bit of a conflict between the county and California Department of Fish and Wildlife in terms of determining what the pre-existing cultivation is. And Mr. Hilton will go into that in more detail. In fact, I'll just turn the presentation over to him right now to go through some of the history and some of the particulars with it. But I did want to point out that this is something that's a little different. You haven't seen these before. This really, one of the issue points here is what to do with an interim permit where the applicant has signed an agreement indicating that they would forfeit their right to a permit if they violated that agreement. That's the one thing that really can't be worked through. So.
Good afternoon. My name is Keenan Hilton, and I'm the assigned planner for the Hawk Valley LLC appeal. I was also the assigned planner for the conditional use permit. This is an appeal of the June 6th, 2019 Planning Commission denial of the conditional use permit for the continued operation of an existing cannabis cultivation site. You received a supplemental material for it today. My apologies for the late arrival. It is a November 5th, 2019 correspondence from Cindy Day Wilson, who is one of the two agents representing the applicant. And it's a challenge of the recommendations of staff, and I'm sure she will summarize those points this afternoon. So here's a brief overview of the presentation. I'm going to orient you to some of the context of the project and the proposal. I'm going to go over why Planning Division recommends denial of the appeal and denial of the conditional use permit. I'm going to summarize the violations that led to the Planning Commission denial, some of which Director Ford went over. I'll discuss the actions taken by the appellant during the appellant during the appeal processing time period to address the violations and present the alternatives. So you see here, this is the location of the subject parcel. It's in Hydesville. It's in an agricultural area just north of the Van Dusen River. And the parcel is about 7 acres in size. This is the site plan for the project as proposed when it was denied. It was for an acre of existing outdoor cultivation, 7,280 square feet of ancillary nursery space, and a proposed 7,000 square foot processing structure. So staff is recommending denial of the appeal. The first reason is violation of the compliance agreement associated with the interim permit. The interim permit process is parallel to but separate from the application process for a county permit. And it is best considered a privilege rather than an entitlement. With the interim permits, the county has allowed applicants to benefit from continued operation without a fully vetted permit. With an issued IP, the applicant may continue their operation exactly how it historically occurred on the parcel, historically being pre-2016, while the permit is being processed, permit application. So in order to benefit from this privilege of continuing an operation prior to full analysis of the project, the appellant signed the compliance agreement stating, among other things, that he would not expand the cultivation area, and this highlighted text is directly from the compliance agreement, that violation of the compliance agreement shall be grounds for permit cancellation and disqualification of the property from future permitting. And what you see is the appellant's signature notarized. This compliance agreement for an interim permit is voluntary. There was no requirement to sign it. The appellant chose to. And it was signed July 19th, 2018. So the issue here and what the Planning Commission found compelling in the discussion of the denial is that the appellant agreed to these terms and then violated them. The second, a significant obstacle that is unresolved at this time, to be able to approve the project is a lack of substantial evidence of cannabis cultivation on the subject parcel prior to 2016. What you see here is an image from August of 2015, and what we're seeing is what the appellant has described as a heather and dahlia farm, which has been on the subject parcel for many years. The contention has always been that there was cannabis planted among the heather and the dahlias. It is very difficult to substantiate that, and no compelling evidence has been submitted to date to substantiate that claim. All determinations on square footage, both in the initial application and for the interim permit, were based really on descriptions from the appellant, rather than substantial evidence. This lack of evidence of pre-existing cultivation and the violation of the terms of the compliance agreement are the concrete basis for staff's recommendation of denial of the project. Also worth considering is that, in the process, there have been many applications that have gone through the process of resolving violations. Hawk Valley Farms is not unique in having violations. However, Hawk Valley Farms is unique in the scale of the violation and also how the violations became a consistent pattern. And when avenues to remedy those violations were presented, the appellant established a pattern of non-compliance with those requirements. Now I'll briefly go over the violations of the project in greater detail. The Planning Commission denied the project based on evidence that the applicant expanded the cultivation area on the site on 2 separate occasions, that the applicant graded and built structures without permits in 2017. The planning department received 2 complaints of light escaping greenhouses on the subject parcel in violation of the CMMLUO. And the applicant failed to meet 3 deadlines to correct violations that had been observed and avenues communicated to the applicant. And lastly, that they violated the compliance agreement for the zoning clearance certificate for interim permit. First, I'll discuss the initial expansion of the cultivation area. That arrow shows the same building between photos. The photo on top shows the subject parcel in 2015. These are the environmental baseline conditions that were analyzed in the programmatic mitigated negative declaration for the CMMLUO. And as I mentioned before, what you're seeing is a flower farm where dahlias and heather were grown. Below, you see an aerial image of the same parcel in 2018. The appellant graded the site and constructed 19 greenhouse structures totaling 53,720 square feet without permits. The provisions of the CMMLUO for pre-existing cultivation allowed for continued operation with no significant increase in environmental impact from 2015. It's worth noting that the appellant purchased the property in the middle of 2017, which is when the greenhouses were erected. Since the appellant initiated the activities in 2017 while the application was under review, the department did not have the opportunity to review potential impacts on biological or cultural or any other resources with these developments. Also, the transition from full sun cannabis cultivation, perhaps hidden among flowers, to light deprivation techniques resulting in 3 to 4 harvests per year in industrial greenhouses deserves scrutiny as an intensification of use that is likely not consistent with the CEQA analysis that was done for the CMMLUO. When staff identified the expansion by checking aerial imagery, it led to a series of meetings between the appellant and the director. The outcome of the meetings was the issuance of an interim permit for 28,000 square feet. It is a portion of what the site is built out to. It's important to note that in the grand scheme of violation settlements, as the director alluded to, this one happened very early. And so the 28,000 square foot figure was based on these early discussions between the appellant and the director. And it was based on his description of his operation in 2015.
Yes, please, Supervisor Madrone.
So that is on a separate parcel. Yeah. Yes. So, but an interim permit was issued on the parcel, and the appellant did then have permission from the county to cultivate up to 28,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation. Jumping ahead to March 2019, the planning division received a complaint that there was light being emitted from some of the greenhouses on the parcel. And in response to that complaint, staff inspected the site March 7th, 2019. As I mentioned before, 28,000 is just a portion of what the site was built out to. All of the greenhouses together add up to 53,720. Based on these facts, staff expected to find 9 greenhouses in operation for mature plants and potentially up to 3 operating as ancillary nursery with lights, which is where we expected to see the light containment issues. And we expected to see 6 greenhouses not in use for the operation. You know, here, what we expected to see is cultivation area. 28,000 square feet is in pink. The nursery area is in yellow, and what we expected to see not in operation is in black, shaded out. However, what we observed when we visited the site was that all greenhouses were either in operation or staged to be in operation. 12 greenhouses were staged for use with beds. 6 were designated as nursery space. The appellant explained that he was using this as vegetative nursery, which constituted a substantial increase in the nursery square footage. The site plan and the operations plan at the time described 7,280 square feet of nursery. Staff observed 17,000 square feet of nursery. This is significant because lights were present in those greenhouses. So the 17,000 square feet of so-called vegetative nursery is approximately 60% of 28,000 square feet, which is what the interim permit was issued for. The intent with ancillary nurseries is for raising baby plants. It's to support a cultivation operation, not to actually be a site of vegetative cultivation. Vegetative growth is considered taxable cultivation area. Since the lights were in these vegging greenhouses, this is most accurately described as mixed light cultivation. This was not part of the pre-existing operation that you saw an image of in 2015. It was not allowed by the interim permit, and the appellant paid no taxes for mixed light cultivation. This constituted the second expansion and the violation of the interim permit. In addition to building out the site without permits and expanding the cultivation area on those 2 occasions, the appellant established a clear pattern of non-compliance with county requests. The planning division received 2 complaints of light escaping greenhouses. Staff observed lights over the plants while we went to the site in March of 2019 without any tarps present to contain the light. When the unshielded lights were observed, the appellant was formally given 10 days to provide evidence of correction per the CMMLUO. He missed that deadline. Following the site inspection and observation of the second expansion, the appellant met with the director again to discuss the path forward for the project. One outcome of that meeting was the requirement, with a date certain, to provide evidence that the plastic covers were removed from 2 of the greenhouses on the site. He missed that deadline. As a result of failure to meet those 2 stated deadlines, the interim permit was revoked. The appellant was given 10 days to remove all cannabis from the site and to remove all cannabis infrastructure from the site. The letter clearly stated that if the deadline was met, staff would continue processing the application for a conditional use permit, and that if the deadline was missed, staff would bring the project forward to the Planning Commission with a recommendation of denial. We received no evidence by the stated deadline. In this process, the appellant was repeatedly given the opportunity to comply with county requirements and repeatedly failed to do so. On May 2nd, 2019, this was over 3 weeks after the interim permit was formally revoked and nearly 2 weeks after the deadline to remove the cannabis and cultivation from the site, staff visited the project vicinity and confirmed that plastic covers were still on the structures. I'll also remind you that the second light complaint that we received for the project was on May 1st, so the day before this, significantly after there was any permission for cultivation to occur on the site. Evidence strongly points to the conclusion that the appellant continued to cultivate without an interim permit, violating county code. This concludes my summary of why the Planning Commission unanimously denied the project. Now I'll transition back to the question of the appeal. As noted by Director Ford, since the Planning Commission denial, the appellant has made significant changes to the proposal and has addressed actually all outstanding county requests on the project. Their proposal includes a settlement of the expansion violation in line with the county methodology of doubling the Measure S tax. The appellant proposes to install automated tarp system to ensure that light does not escape. The appellant has edited or amended the application to request 28,000 square feet in line with the interim permit rather than the original acre that was applied for. However, despite these efforts, there are 2 outstanding issues that are unresolved at this time. First, the appellant signed a compliance agreement accepting the benefit of cultivation on a site without a fully vetted permit on the condition that violation of the compliance agreement shall be grounds for permit cancellation and the disqualification of the property from future permitting. As you have seen today, that interim permit was violated. Second is that there is simply a lack of substantial evidence of cannabis cultivation on the parcel prior to 2015, which is a substantial obstacle to support a permit for pre-existing cultivation. If your board considers approval of the project, it's important to understand a couple of things about how our analysis and determinations of pre-existing square footage occur. In the application process, it's the responsibility of the applicant to provide evidence of pre-existing cultivation. At the time that the department issued an interim permit for 28,000, it was based on his testimony of an estimated number of cannabis plants and a multiplication of an estimated square footage figure. Since that time, the sophistication of our analysis has grown, the level of scrutiny has increased, and our available resources for aerial imagery have also become more substantial. And that makes us more able to accurately vet and verify an amount of pre-existing cultivation in these especially difficult cases where it's not apparent from aerial imagery. The lack of compelling, substantial evidence proving that there was cannabis on the site in 2015 makes it very challenging to make the findings to approve the project. Based on the lack of evidence to be able to support project approval and based on the violation of the compliance agreement and based on the appellant's pattern of failing to comply with stated county requirements, staff recommends denial of the project. There were 2 alternatives included in the staff report. One being to deny the appeal and conditional use permit consistent with staff recommendations. The second alternative being to grant the appeal and approve the project. If the board selects the alternative of approval, staff recommends that the project be continued to a hearing at least 4 weeks from now in order to prepare findings. to support that. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have on the project.
Supervisor Bohn?
Could you explain the hearing in 4 weeks? So if we decided to go back to the original IP, I'm not saying, but I'm just, if we went back to that and the board agreed to that, then the hearing in 4 weeks would be another shot at getting a denial, or okay.
Through the chair. What we would be asking for is time to prepare a resolution articulating the rationale for the approval. And we would recommend that if you chose that option, that you adopt a motion of intent or resolution of intent to approve, so that it's not coming back for further hearing, it's coming back with a resolution.
Through the chair, I think is that Starvation Flats, or I guess, would that, how many, since it's agricultural, how many licenses are issued for that flat down there now? How many cultivators? Because it says in here you talked to numerous cultivators to verify what this cultivator was doing. So how many are down there?
So I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. I feel like there are probably in the ballpark of maybe 6 applications in process, and up towards the beginning of River Bar Road, closer to the intersection with Highway 36, there are perhaps 2 issued permits.
Okay, because I know there's some pending too, and I don't know.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thanks.
there are.
Supervisor Wilson?
So would this be covered under its current context under version 1 or 2 of our ordinance?
This was applied for, sorry, through the chair, this was applied for in 2016, so it's applied for under Ordinance 1.0.
Okay.
I have another question through the chair.
Yeah.
Assuming let's go down the denial track for a second. Assuming denial, does that make the project site ineligible for future applications for cultivation?
That is included in the language of the interim permit, that it gets rid of the possibility for permitting on that site.
So I would just like to clarify that on that, 2.0 does give the ability to process permits on the property. Even when there have been violations there before, it's really subject to discretion of the county whether or not to receive them or not. And I know that there has been interest in this piece of property from other potential cultivators, so if somebody different came in, I don't think that would prejudice the property's ability to have an application considered on it.
Okay, thanks.
So, not seeing any further discussion from the board at this time, I would invite the appellant to address us, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Let's click forward. Got it. Okay. I have 10 copies of this presentation with some of the pictures that are involved blown up in the back so you can see them a little more clearly. Tried to pack a lot in here. Let's go to... hello, supervisors. My name is Nathan Whittington. I'm an agent for the applicant, Corey Nunes and Hawk Valley Farms, along with attorney Cindy Day Wilson. We'll be presenting the applicant's understanding of the situation and potential paths forward today. First and foremost, I do have a box of some evidence we would like put into the record. What we have is all the correspondence between the applicant, agents, and the planning department. A copy of Director Ford's letter that was sent out on April 28th, 2017, discussing expansion and violation ramifications. California Department of Fish and Wildlife's op-law letter regarding the well on the site, a well report, and California Department of Food and Ag's license approval for the project that was provided on December 30th, 2019, along with a letter from CDFA stating that given the context of what we're in, the license will be revoked in 30 days as of January 7th. And those are kind of important keys when we talk about potential paths to resolution. First, I would like to address the potential future on the project if denial is recommended today. It was our understanding, and Director Ford, you can correct me on this, that a violation of the interim permit compliance agreement forbids all future permitting on the project, because we did discuss a potential 2.0 path forward, given all the complexities under the 1.0, and given the site demographics being less than 7 acres, and the fact that we are in the community planning area for Hydesville, makes this site ineligible for RRR and 2.0 a difficult task. So I'm not sure that 2.0 was clearly a path forward if there was a denial recommended today. And I'll go forward and we can come back to these issues. So this first slide here is where we talk about the milestones that have been achieved in this project so far. And, you know, it's funny that we're in 2020, and if we had the vision of hindsight and knowing now what we knew then, we probably would have done things a lot differently. But back in 2015, we were sitting on my front porch, and it was me, Doug Allman, and Corey Nunes talking about what a permit process looks like. I bought my property from, when I bought my property in Ferndale, Doug Allman was the tenant there, and his dad was historically cultivating at the site here over in Alton. We talked about the fact that we wanted to be good actors in good standing and be a poster child for the county. And even so much so that when RCRC came up in 2017, this was a potential site that they were going to go to view and talk about what the future of permitting is for California. Now, the main earmarks that we have to look at are continued operation. 2016, we applied for an affidavit for approval of 1 acre, and we got the affidavit. Based on the cursory information that we had at the time, it was somewhat plausible, according to the planning department, that there was an acre of activity here. With all of the twists and turns of the building and expansions and all that, we were still able to come up with a resolution to get issuance of the interim permit. That was issued on 5/25/18, and with that, the project was able to move forward and get a temporary state license December of 18. Let's go down. Let's first talk about, let's have a discussion about the pre-existing. Now, under the CMMLUO, Humboldt County Planning Department is the lead agency on these types of projects. And as the lead agency, there was initial analysis done based on that bottom left-hand picture is the 2010 aerial photo of the site. And the bottom right is the 2015 photo. These are what were used to demonstrate pre-existing. Now, obviously, it's difficult to have full evidence of pictures of a guy holding a plant on the ground because the whole idea back then was hide your grow so you don't get in trouble. Now, when the county did a follow-up cultivation area verification analysis on November 12th of 2017, 25,000 square feet were confirmed. Now, to be fair, that was based on the total area of everything where there's activity there. And we know that that whole area is not covered with cannabis. So it's not the point that we're claiming every single thing was a pot plant. But the fact is, there was a lot of flower activity going on, and this continues to be a flower farm. In 2016, Timberland Resource Consultants was engaged to prepare an environmental analysis of the site. That's what the top middle picture shows. And you can see in the decks in front of you, it's a little clearer. But that's where Chris clearly reviewed the site reconfiguration that was done in 2016 before the first permit was applied for, and that's where all the cannabis activity was consolidated in an outdoor manner. It was under his recommendation that we increase some of the setbacks from potential water areas, and we did a wetland delineation on the site to make sure having cannabis spread all over the property, any adverse effects of that would be mitigated. It's important to note here, I think, that when you look at that 2010 photo, right now, if code enforcement looked at that photo, I'd get an abatement notice for 3 acres of cannabis, and I'd have to go and prove there's no cannabis going on there. But when we do a planning department analysis, we're doing that really based on a plant count metric. So when Mr. Nunes sent a letter to the planning department describing the pre-existing activity based on plant count, that wasn't based on his actual knowledge, that was based on his understanding from Doug, who was the cultivator at the time. In that analysis, he came up with 44,000 square feet. We did a plant number crunch, and that's where we got the 28,000 number. So that's how we got from 1 acre go to 28,000, somewhat plausible, and that issue's never been fully resolved. When the interim permit was issued, it was noticed that we would still be bringing up the 1 acre pre-existing issue before the Planning Commission and ask them to make a determination on that, because we really couldn't come to a meeting of the minds over that issue. Now, I think it's important to note that when we look at California Department of Fish and Wildlife's involvement in this project, they've never been on the project site. Any discussions regarding the possibility of being able to cultivate in that area, statements like it's quite difficult to grow here, are based on talking to other cultivators, not the applicant, not his team. And furthermore, we did send out a notification for an LSAA regarding the well in December of 2018. CDFW sent us an OPLA letter 4/10/19 stating they are not requiring an LSAA, and they are notified and know that the well will be used for irrigation of cannabis, and that letter is in effect until 3/28/24. So based on these, CDFW does not have jurisdiction over this project, and it falls back on the lead agency to make a determination. So let's talk about violations. These are Terra server images. Bottom left is from September 11th, 2017. Bottom right is a current image of the site. And the top middle, April 30th, 2019, really demonstrates where we got to between the violation analysis, corrective actions taken, and some of the timelines in there. Now, something, and this is part of the education we're going through as the process of this whole deal. You know, it's hard to fly a plane while you're building it, but here we are. When the original application was put in September of 2016, the planner told Mr. Nunes that you may operate under business as usual. Now, business as usual obviously means two different things, and we all understand that very clearly now. Any of the hoops that are the subject image in the bottom left corner that were constructed were built in February of 2017 under the assumption that these were ag-exempt temporary structures that could be removed and were not subject to building permit requirements. And on April 27th of that same year, we got notified that a staff report would be prepared shortly for this project to send it to the Planning Commission for notice of the 1 acre, but recommend approval of 28,000. That next day, April 28th, is when Director Ford sent out the letter to all applicants in the county, because he saw this pattern of people reconfiguring their sites, building out structures, grading, doing a lot of changes from what they had originally stated when they first came in. Your board had a meeting on May 9th of that year to discuss this very issue. As a result of that meeting, Director Ford stated that only those committing egregious violations in total disregard of their permit applications will be subject to fines. There have been no fines levied on this project before today. Hawk Valley Farms applied for a building permit and had a pre-site inspection on May 23rd of 2017, and that was regarding the proposed processing facility. At that inspection is when the hoops were observed, and he was told that he needed a permit for those as well, which he applied for on April 30th, 2017. When the 2018 meetings did not resolve the existing issues, we still agreed to move forward and sign the compliance agreement on July 19th, 2018. At that moment, no changes were made to the site, no new buildings were erected, no buildings were told to be torn down. We were told to confine the activity within those buildings to 28,000 square feet. Now, obviously, on the right, the corrective action, you can see that the applicant incorrectly relied on a CDFA definition of square footage, cultivation area. And under their definition, he totaled out at 26,880. And the nursery, obviously, that wasn't fully understood. And, but we still worked forward on our 314 meeting with the director. What really got us into a violation discussion was the March 1st complaint from a neighbor who saw lights, which led to the March 7th inspection, and then the deadline to cure the violations. That clock had began. We had a meeting on the 14th where we clearly understood each other coming out of that meeting as to what our county definition of cultivation area would be, how we were going to address the nursery size issue, and what the curative measures were. Now, those curative measures included taking off 2 hoop covers. You can see in this picture that 3 were actually removed, because when I redid the math, I saw that having more than 9 hoops would get us over 28,000 square feet. And you can see in this picture that the light depth covers were installed. Now, the deadline was March 25th to provide evidence of this. Mr. Nunes was called by Keenan on March 27th, and he was told that, hey, we haven't got any of your proof yet. I'll go to my next slide. And this is where the nuts and bolts of how we got into an interim permit denial come from. We resolved on the 14th what we needed to do to comply. On the 16th, the applicant removed the covers. On the 25th is when the deadline hit to have the covers removed. He was told on the 27th, hey, we haven't got our proof yet. He says, oh, I'll get that to you. I was never called. I never had notice, otherwise I would have gone out there and done it that day. He did take pictures. You can see on the bottom right picture there, the Verizon generated timestamp shows March 28th on it. This is the phone Corey used to take these pictures. And, you know, I'm a feature phone guy, but these old phones aren't very good at sending emails or photos. And he sent these photos to the general inbox. We've been having trouble trying to find even proof that they were sent from Verizon because they don't keep those kinds of records. But nevertheless, on the 9th, a letter was sent saying your IP is going to be revoked because in the highlighted section there, as of April 9th, there has been no evidence provided. But you can see on the top right image there, the county stamp of April 9th showing that the pictures of the hoop house covers removed were in fact received by the county. Technically speaking, the interim permit should have never been revoked. This should have been reviewed, and we should have continued to move this forward. Going back to the previous picture, 4/30/19, this shows depth covers removed. The second alleged violation in regards to a complaint came on May 1st, after this picture was taken, after the corrective measures have been completed. So the inspection on 5/2, yes, it did show that there were covers, and it did show that there were depth covers in this exact configuration, which is exactly what we had agreed to in our March 14th meeting. Now, obviously, he had not removed all the covers per that letter of April 9th, and Attorney Day Wilson and I were able to confirm on site on May 8th, 2019, that all the covers had been removed. all cannabis-related activity had been removed from the site, and that was in compliance with that notice before we had the June 6th Planning Commission hearing. Now, our solutions that we proposed back in July of last year in preparation for this hearing were based on the exact facts at that time. Those facts have changed a little bit, and so let's talk about ways to potentially move this forward. Because the interim permit was denied for alleged violations, and because those violations led to the Planning Commission review of the CUP project as a whole, the violations were also noted under review of the Planning Commission. So that means the decision to deny the interim permit and the decision to deny the conditional use permit are all subject to this discussion we're having right now. We would like to continue with the idea that we recommend approval of the project according to the following conditions, and I'll explain why these conditions are slightly different than what we had proposed in the original appeal. If we approve the appeal today and direct staff to reinstate the interim permit immediately, this will allow the applicant to go and secure his state license for the 28,000 square feet before the February 6th deadline, where CDFA will be shutting it down. If they shut it down, then he has to go through the entire application process. No provisional license is available to him, and that whole process could take up to a year. We would like the board to make a decision on the pre-existing. Is it somewhat plausible that there was an acre, or is it more reasonable that we have 28,000 square feet? I think this is the venue to make that decision and have that discussion. Third, determination regarding the well as it being an appropriate water source, because CDFW is not requiring an LSAA, and the applicant has applied for a state water board entitlement, and I do have a receipt for that, and that is pending. But with that, there should be some conditions. Condition 1, any activity under the interim permit right now will be confined to the agreement from 314, that's 9 cultivation hoops, 1 nursery hoop. The applicant shall provide planning any outstanding documentation they need to support the findings found today. Given the fact that this area is subject to the groundwater sustainability plan, and there are issues concerning how groundwater is used in this area, it does make sense that if we allow for the well, that the applicant should install water tanks within a year so that he can forbear during the summer, so we can help show that he's a good water steward and we're still allowing appropriate water uses in this valley. And then finally, he will immediately pay any outstanding planning invoices. As of our first scheduled hearing on 11/19, that total was $19,949.83. So because of all of this, we would request that we approve this project, move it forward under the steps outlined above, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this may not even fit in there, but I'm wondering why the applicant actually signed that one sentence if he really didn't mean it. And I don't know if you mentioned it in there.
When he signed the agreement on July, that was after we had all the discussions, after everything had been built, and so he did agree to it. He didn't build anything else. He didn't build the processing facility. The floor plan was laid out, and all that activity was stopped. The question really came down to, was he required to tear everything down? And that never became a thing, because the whole vision was we would notice this for the full acre for the Planning Commission. And if the Planning Commission determined that, no, you don't get the acre, at that moment, all the infrastructure that was already in place at the signing of the interim permit agreement would be removed. There was no requirement or discussion of removing that at that moment of signing. So he understood what it meant to be in compliance. What he didn't understand was the exact definition of cultivation area, And that's where he did the 12 hoop houses. He didn't do all the hoop houses, but he did 12. And that's where we had the discussion. Reduce that from 12 to 9 because that fits the county definition. We are not using CDFA's definition.
I have a quick question here. Looking over the planning department's staff report, they recommend, if there were to be a granting of the appeal, that the penalty would be $57,440. You mentioned 19,000. Can you explain?
The 19,000 is not a penalty. That's the invoice for the work that's been done to get us to this point. We would definitely entertain a discussion over the penalty and fines. When we originally discussed that, that number had a rational basis based on the inspection done on March 7th. And the nuance here is the fact that he had lights in his nursery. That wasn't part of his cultivation area, but it was lights. And that's why the number is so high, because he's getting taxed at a 4 times rate on that 17,000 square footage because of lights in the nursery. And, you know, frankly, one of the discussions was, you know, this is the first time we're really sitting down having this full in-depth discussion here. And how are we going to apply this forward to other projects? And we wanted to make sure we had a good rational understanding. The agreement on that fine from our end was based on coming to an immediate resolution, you know, and we're a little far out from that time, but we would entertain all options to move this project forward.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board?
I just want to hear staff response.
No, I just want that first. Let's hear staff response, and then probably want to hear from Ms. Day Wilson too, or is that your plan? We're just going to go.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I'm here to answer any questions that you have. Obviously, I wrote the appeal. I submitted a supplemental, which was supposed to be part of the packet. I understand Mr. Hilton did get it to you last night. Hopefully, you've had a chance to read it. I do think there are some legal issues here, but that's probably something that County Council and I will have a discussion about. But they are laid out for you in a lot of detail, and maybe it's something that we can have a separate discussion about if we move this forward.
Okay.
But I'm happy to answer any questions while I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, back to staff and a response to some of those issues that were brought forward by Mr. Whittington.
Thank you, Chair. And we would like to have the opportunity to respond to any public comment that may be given too. I think there's a couple things we want to just respond to and clarify. And one of those is that while an affidavit for 1 acre was submitted in 2016, affidavits are not legal documents. They don't say that we're accepting that that was what was pre-existing. That's something that an applicant submits saying that's what was pre-existing. Those were never, ever checked or verified. That was just something that was in the record. And just for clarification for the board, when there's a reference to an ag exempt structure, an ag exempt structure is something that still requires something called an ag exempt letter. People who build these all the time know that they come in and they coordinate with the building division to demonstrate that they're basically building a structure that qualifies as ag exempt, but that it complies with all other zoning requirements. It was interesting to look at the configuration of the letter that we sent April 9th with pictures that came in, and as we consulted on it here, it's our recollection that we sent the letter on April 9th, and that same day these photos were submitted basically in response to the letter. So it's not something that we believe the photos came in basically in response to the letter that we had sent out. You had asked a question about the conditions that the applicant is requesting and then the situation with respect to the fine. I think one of the things that is hard to reconcile in all this is the number of greenhouses. And it does appear that the greenhouses were constructed early on. And frankly, I've been kind of beating my head against the wall trying to recall what we were thinking, because it would not normally be the case where we would allow greenhouses to remain in place that are in violation of the interim permit. Evidently, we did that. I can't explain why or how, but in fairness, that seems to be part of the kind of the missing piece that's here, is that those greenhouses were constructed somewhere during the early discussions on this. It is clear that we did limit the cultivation area to 28,000 square feet. And those greenhouses measuring over 50,000 square feet are well in excess of that. We're well in excess of that. So I have not been able to put those pieces together or reconcile that, but that is a piece of information that I don't have a good answer for.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I thought I'd offer a couple clarifications on the timeline, because I mean, clearly a lot was happening, and it's important to understand the sequence of events as far as how we arrived where we are today. So going back to 2018, after the discussions were had with regard and that resulted in the issuance of the interim permit, it was determined that we would try to move this forward and present all available information to the Planning Commission as quickly as possible. In final review of the application materials at that time, I found, I forget if it was 4 or 5 outstanding issues that we didn't have all the information for, and I wrote a letter at that time. And we only received a response to that letter after the project was denied the following year. So we had been waiting for outstanding materials for, I mean, nearly a year on the project. Second, as far as the timeline of when photos were taken, when photos were submitted that led to the revocation of the interim permit, there is a timeline that I included in the staff report that kind of outlines when these events happened. The letter was sent communicating the deadline for light containment on the 7th. The deadline was the 21st. It was not met. The director met with the applicant to discuss, we had a meeting on the 14th. A letter was sent on the 15th that communicated the deadline of the 25th. If you go to the exhibit where it shows the time-stamped photos from the phone, which is difficult to verify, but the timestamp does say that they were taken on the 28th.
28th?
So the deadline was the 25th. I called on the 27th. The date stamp is on the 28th, but as was alluded to, we never received the photos. So I don't know, it looks like there was probably a technical error, but we never received them until April 9th. And with that date stamp, it was already past the stated deadline of the letter. So, and then of course, once the interim permit was revoked and we asked for evidence that that cultivation be discontinued on the site, or required that evidence be presented that cultivation was discontinued on the site, there was no evidence, there was no response to that county letter.
When was the last time that, within this whole time period, that you were on site or the staff was on site? Was there a time after this whole process when you were on site and observed? What did you observe?
So through the chair, the last time that I was on the site was March 7th, 2019. And I visited the site vicinity again on May 2nd of 2019. I did not go on the site. I was on a neighboring property or from the road.
Do you have any recollection of what of the conditions on May 2nd?
Yes, I can go for the photo real quick.
Okay, that's
so
right.
On May 2nd, it was apparent that, I mean, by all appearances, cultivation was still appearing, or was still occurring on the site. And this was after the interim permit had been revoked by weeks.
Thank you. Any further questions?
On that photo, and I'm just getting in my little bit of knowledge, it's March, and it looks like, I don't know if but the hoops look wide open. The ends look wide open. So are they not in use and just, I would imagine they'd be holding heat in March, I think. I don't know.
Through the chair. Those were taken in May.
May,
So
okay, excuse me.
May
I'm
2nd.
sorry.
And to me, it looks as if the hoop structures on the left have tarps covering them, and that the hoop structures in the middle and to the right have the skins on them, so they have the plastic.
Okay. All right.
And those were outdoors, so those didn't have lights, so there would be no requirement for them to have tarps.
Yeah. So, to the chair. So there's 2 already, I know, 2 permits already permitted and 6 more coming, or something to that effect. I mean, a rough estimate's fine. There's a bunch more coming, I know, and I think there's a couple adjacent to this. So, are we just short of somebody coming in and putting their name on the LLC, buying the LLC, and then they can just move forward if it's a different applicant, because the site is still viable?
So that there's a couple, that's not a simple yes or no.
I understand, but it's happening, and there's appeals coming that are showing that, so I'm just...
So one of the things is that, say in the situation with this piece of property, if there were an action on this application, then that would determine what happens with that application. If it's denied, then obviously the application is done. There's no further ability to use it. Then anything that would happen on the property would happen under 2.0. And under 2.0, this is in a community plan area, but it could receive approval for new cultivation. Some of the limitations here would be water. Need to figure out a way to deal with the water other than through forbearance out of a hydrologically connected source. But I think that it's fair to say that it is conceivable that a new application could be processed for this piece of property. If this application were approved, obviously then it would be an approved application, and somebody could then transfer it or move forward with it.
Okay, because I'm just knowing someone's going to go there anyway, and I'm just...
Through the chair, one thing to be noted here, if this were a future development on this site under 2.0, I believe the limitation would be 10,000 square feet, period. That's all the site would ever be eligible for in the future. That's why pre-existing is such an important aspect to the 1.0 application for this project.
That brings us back to the million-dollar question. But anyway, Director Ford.
If I could, there are 8 approved parcels and 20 plus pending in Starvation Flat area.
If I'm guessing right, that's probably 30–40% of the existing parcels and starvation flats or property owners. I'm just from being down there. So, and this is where we wanted to go in agricultural areas, fairly close to town, so we're not tearing the roads up, in an area that is already being cultivated very heavily. And if we put the provisions on for water, like they said, I think they could probably almost get enough water with tanks and recovery from the greenhouse covers alone. And if we could get those, we've approved worst actors. I'm just not in front of you guys, but I mean, we've had, and the whole thing is trying to get these people out of illegal and into compliance. And we've written the rules and made them tougher on the 2.0 and things like that. The attorney said that he had a box of evidence showing pre-cultivation. Was that pre-cultivation or previous cultivation? Because you said you were talking with somebody on the porch that was cultivating there.
No, through the chair, the photos that were submitted were the ones that are part of the planning package. I just had discussions with the applicant, knowing him back in 2015, talking about
bills relating from 2012 or something.
So, at this point, if we don't have any further back and forth, Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this picture, it doesn't show all of the greenhouses very well from that angle, but you were the one that took the picture. Were any of the greenhouses uncovered when you were there looking at this site in May?
So through the chair, yes, they were. However, it's important to note that 6 of the greenhouses were the ones that were labeled as vegging nurseries, and those were the only ones with lights. The remainder, the ones in the middle and to the right, did not have lights in them as of the inspection date on the 3rd.
Right, I understand that, but
Okay.
in this this picture doesn't show everything. I'm
I
trying
see.
to understand. You were there with your eyes. You
Yes.
took the picture.
Yes.
Were any of the greenhouses completely exposed like these photos here in April? Were there greenhouses with no covers on them whatsoever?
I would expect yes. I believe that there were 3 uncovered greenhouses.
Can you go back a few photos?
Go
ahead. Can you go back, well, let's see, in your presentation, back to the June 2010 photograph of the flower farm? Looks like an awesome flower farm.
Oh, okay.
It would have been,
Okay, thank you.
it's about 10 slides in, 8 slides in. Keep going.
So I don't have the blown-up slides through the chair. Those are in the package, but those are representative of the aerial photos there. The April 30th, 19 image came off of Terra Server. And that's a satellite photo. And we looked at the similar photo with the county after that date to show there's 3 covers off. You can see where my arrow points to the 3 covers removed, the 9 cultivation remaining. And there are a couple greenhouses that were covered, but those were never in use. Those were nursery use, and those were retired immediately after the 314 meeting.
Can you go to this picture?
Yes. That's the bottom left-hand corner picture there.
Do you have that one blown up, or is that the only picture you have?
I think I might have it.
No, that's okay right there. So this is a different parcel, yes?
Yes.
Any rate, that's not on the parcel we're here to talk about. It's a curiosity, just looking at it. a lot of tree removal there. Anyway, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Okay, Director Ford?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to mention that encourage public testimony at this point.
That was exactly what I was going to do. But I would definitely defer to you if you had wanted to say something. But no, I would like to open it up right now to public comment.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Our name's been discussed quite a bit. I'd ask for leniency on time. I feel that would be warranted, given how much our name has. I'm with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, obviously. Thank you. We support the Planning Department's recommendation to deny the appeal. We did extensive aerial imagery analysis, and we do not see prior cultivation prior to a CEQA baseline. We actually met with Director Ford and staff, I think it was 2017. It's been a long time. And we both looked at the imagery, and we both agreed that we just don't see anything. And we've looked at lots of imagery together and had discussions, and maybe we have differences of opinion, but neither of us saw it at that time. I'd also like to go to the staff report, page 4. There's a statement in there from Mr. Hilton that says 28,000 square feet are not figures that CDF&W is in agreement with. There will be opposition to this alternative. And in relation to that, I think at the beginning, Director Ford mentioned there's conflict between us, between the Department of Fish and Wildlife and county. And I don't really see it that way. This is the county's ordinance, right? And baseline is defined through the CEQA document. All we're doing as a trustee agency is pointing out that cannabis cultivation didn't occur prior to baseline. So there isn't any conflict. And I don't like to see us portrayed as we're the ones trying to hinder this. We're just pointing out the fact that here's CEQA baseline, here's the evidence, whatever that may be, however minor, and it's to protect public trust resources. So we're not trying to stop cultivation or want to be in disagreement on projects. We don't have disagreements. I just want to point that out, that we're trying to work towards a common goal of getting these projects, as Supervisor Bohn said, getting them into the permitting process and getting them authorized. And then this isn't really about Hawk Valley. It's about CEQA baseline and the ordinance. If anyone can claim pre-existing cultivation with whatever little evidence there is, this could lead to essentially new cultivation where none existed. And this creates additional environmental impacts that were not assessed during the CEQA process. Having said all that, it would appear that this project should be classified as new and fall under the Ordinance 2.0. That's just the way we see it and how we've looked at this project. And one last thing, and then I'll be done. I think it was stated earlier that the operation of law letter that was issued by the department was a foregoing of a permit. We were saying there's no permit issued. However, an operation of law letter is a permit that simply states follow your application and you have a permit. So I just want to clarify that we didn't forego issuing one. It's just a different process that we took there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Clint Victorine, I'm actually a neighbor. So if you want to put, I was asked to come here about some of the ag reasons why it's important to allow these projects to move forward in the ag zoning area instead of out in the mountains. But there's a couple deals I want to be, so I'm very familiar with this piece of property well before Corey bought it. I used to work for Les Farian in the early 2000s who owned that. And if you go back to the hill above all that stuff, we have 400 acres that surrounds this. And I have a bird's eye view of that whole entire valley down there. there was marijuana on that property prior to what all these people are saying. And I didn't know I was coming here to say that today, but I see them saying it wasn't, and it was. There was marijuana plants from the early 2000s up until the time Corey bought it, and they were never very pretty marijuana plants, but they were marijuana plants, and we could look and we'd see down there with binoculars, and they'd be scattered all over that 7 acres. And they would be within their flower deal and all that stuff. So there was marijuana there. There wasn't marijuana across the fence, but there was marijuana on that property. And there's also marijuana scattered over that whole valley. Your biggest greenhouses and biggest projects you have going on in that valley right now never had marijuana on them. But all around, behind Corey, out towards the river, there's always been plants scattered in those people's backyards for decades. It's just how it was. It was out there. I always wondered how they could be, because the CDF, the airplane, everybody flies over that, and it's like, you know, how do they get away with this? But they always did. It was never anything major like big, huge ones, but it was there. And then back to one of the comments made by Fish and Wildlife. It sounded like to me in his explanation of CEQA and how all that works, I don't know exactly, but it's almost like he's promoting you guys to force you to leave all the grows in the mountains instead of these R&Rs on properties such as mine or this, where we're down in town. We're actually, look how hard it is for you guys to monitor this one that's in town. Just imagine what's going on in the mountains. I run cows in the mountains. I'm in the mountains a lot, in Mendocino and Humboldt County. This is beautiful. You guys have nightmares out there. And there's water diversions. There's everything going on out there. There's light depredation. There's everything. And you have an opportunity here to help bring some of this in to where you can monitor it. And it also gives those of us in the ag grounds an opportunity to diversify our operations. You have a lot of dairies getting ready to go out of business or on the verge of it. Us beef guys aren't getting hit yet, but there's fake meat, there's fake milk. And we need to be allowed to diversify to keep the economy and the agriculture here. Marijuana is legal now, so we might as well live with that fact and allow us to farm it, but let's put it in places where you guys can monitor it. Fish and Wildlife, the building department, everybody, and not hide it. Let's bring it out into the open so we can keep this county vital. So that's what I have to say, and I hope we can support this. And there was a lot of lights behind Corey's greenhouses. They weren't all, it wasn't his. There was a massive one behind him when these people were turning him in, because I could see that too, because I was wondering. And those greenhouses were empty this spring. You can't see down there. There's too much brush.
Okay,
but I was wondering why they were empty.
Thank you, Clint. Okay, any further comment from the public?
Good afternoon. I'm Corey's father. This project seemed to me like it was set up to fail right from the beginning. He was on one of the first ones on track, and the county was overwhelmed, so they brought in help from the outside. Apparently, Corey's was one of those dedicated to some outside services, and then as it's moving forward, it gets dropped. That person goes away. Well, so now we start all over with somebody else. I mean, it's really discouraging that this can happen. So, as far as that being said, then as we're going along on this project, every time there's a problem, okay, let's call the county and see what's wrong. And, we got to talk to John Ford. And, okay, let me set up a meeting. Nope. You got to talk to John Ford. He sets up his own calendar. Oh, okay. Call John Ford, leave a message. Oh, John Ford doesn't call you back, so you leave another message. When people do that to me, I despise that. There's something rude about that. And all the emails, texts, you don't know whether a person's getting them unless you talk to somebody. I mean, all you have to do is say, hey, I got your message, I'm working on it, and hang up the phone. That's fine. But no response is rude, and I don't even think it should be legal. So I get pretty upset about that. I'm kind of emotional. And so then we go into the water issue. And that's out there in that area, every time I've driven to that farm, there's more water sprayed on the pavement than the quarry uses in a week. So I just because it's marijuana, it's got to be, it's still a legal crop now. So we should be looking at it like that. I mean, I just wish more people could see that. And then the other thing that gets me is, why do we want to punish somebody so that, tear all your tarps off so that now you got all this wasted plastic that can't be used again? It seems ridiculous, because then as soon as you get approved, you can put them all back on. And then I also don't like when somebody comes and takes a picture from the outside of the fence when they have perfectly opportunity to go in the farm and take a look and see that all of those buildings were empty at the time. Also, the picture doesn't show that. Why doesn't it show the rest of the buildings that had tarps off? Don't you think that there's picking and choosing the pictures they put out for you? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
This is a question for staff. There's a photograph in there with a generator. And so, and on one of the site maps, it shows that there's, electrical service to the site. So can we explain why there's a generator on a site where there's electrical service?
I would guess that it would be a backup generator.
Is it serviced by, regular electricity, or, is it metered?
The site is serviced by electricity. One of the interesting things here is that with the mixed light, the greenhouse, the nursery that was put in, as the slides showed, baseline was 2015, which had no nursery, had no greenhouses. So that was all added in after the fact. So the generator was never approved as part of a permit.
And if it was under 2.0, it wouldn't be approved?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. This is a process question. We're asking questions now, we're taking testimony, then the hearing part closes, and then we have deliberations. Is that how this works? So that's where we offer opinions and those sorts of things and have deliberations. So we're in a question mode here right now. Okay. I think that's about what I have for questions until we get into deliberations, for me anyway.
Supervisor Bohn?
Do we have any complaints on generator use? I'm sure if a neighbor's complaining about lights, they're gonna complain about a generator noise.
I'm not aware of any complaints
So
of
there was
generator
just a
use.
generator parked there I'm not saying it wasn't used or being used, but I think we have about 4,500 garages in Eureka that have generators in them now after the last 6 months, so.
I don't know if you saw the photo, but the generator here is on a trailer. It's quite large. This is not a backyard generator.
All right, so are there any further questions before I close the hearing and move to deliberation? Keenan?
I guess I decided, through the chair, I think it might be helpful to look at a timeline of years as far as this question of baseline is concerned that Mr. Bauer was speaking to from CDFW. So, because the question of determining pre-existing cultivation, as I touched on earlier, is arriving at a figure, the onus is on the applicant to provide evidence of that figure, and on us to determine, staff to determine whether that is credible and to vet that. The evidence that has been provided is aerial imagery such as what you've seen and just a description of cultivation activities. What we see in 2010 and 2011 is fairly consistent through the years of what the site has looked like. 2013, 2015. And then as early as January 2017, it still looked like fields. Then 2017, September, the greenhouses had been erected. Using that August of 2015 image, I added up all of the areas. I mean, some of them look like fallow fields, but I added up all of the areas that look like they had cultivation activities occurring. And it's too small for me to see.
And when you say cultivation, you're talking cannabis, you're not talking flowers and...
When I say cultivate, go ahead. When I say cultivation, I mean dahlia and heather and cannabis,
Okay,
if it was
all right,
there.
all right, okay.
That all canopy put together was about 88,500 square feet. And that, again, it's difficult to see on the screen, but I mean, not all of those fields look like what I've looked at a lot of aerial imagery of cultivation, and it does not necessarily resemble what I've seen in outdoor gardens. But total amount of canopy is about 88,500. So an acre of cannabis, the original contention would mean that half of that was cultivation. 28,000 is about a third of that amount. If you look here, oh man, it's too bad the resolution is not that great. But below, there was cultivation occurring on the parcel to the south, which is a more representative example, I believe, of what outdoor cultivation typically looks like when we're doing the aerial analysis. And I'm sorry that the image is not very clear. But it's not exactly what we see with, these, crops in rows, essentially. Just for consideration.
Don't they grow cannabis in rows like that, outside plants? I mean...
I think that in some areas with, approvals for new in agricultural areas, people have started planting in the ground and planting in rows. Thinking right now, I couldn't name a farm where that was how I calculated the pre-existing square footage, which as what they were doing before 2016.
Right.
It's not to say it never happened, but it's just to say that it's rare. Or it was.
It wasn't rare, but it is rare now. Is that what you're...
The reverse. Exactly. That I believe now with county approvals of new cultivation in agricultural areas and mechanized cannabis cultivation, we are seeing it more, where there's space for tractors in agricultural areas in rows, but that in the process of doing cultivation area verification on pre-existing sites, it's not something that is seen very often.
No.
Prior to 2016.
So if there aren't any further questions, are there further questions, any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I do just have one thing that I'd like to put on the record, and that we're having a lot of conversation about pre-existing cultivation. This was not an issue that was before the Planning Commission. There was some discussion during the expansion issue, but it's not an issue that was decided before the Planning Commission. So I'm not sure it's an appropriate discussion to have. In fact, I don't think it's an appropriate discussion to have at this time on the appeal. The pre-existing cultivation was decided by the county. It was the 28,000 with the interim permit, and that's where it stands today. Okay, I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask Director Ford, because as I understand it, as part of any application that came in under the 1.0, pre-existing would have been defined, so it would have been part of the package. Is that correct?
Part of the approval for any conditional use permit is to determine the amount of pre-existing cultivation. This is a de novo hearing, so you are free to talk about every element of the application.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
Are you closing the hearing part of this now, or?
Are there any other questions? Supervisor Madrone?
It does have an application in, and I believe it's got an interim permit.
All right, no further questions. I'm closing the hearing, and we'll now go into deliberations. So, Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I'm going to jump right into the pre-existing discussion, because I think for me that's where the weakness is in terms of the application here and reviewing these photos and sort of the historical context. I don't see a lot of differential. I mean, dahlias and heather, right, have a certain footprint that are very different from an aerial perspective than cannabis. And unless your cannabis plants are extremely small, the size of dahlias and heathers, then I don't see how they wouldn't be differentiated pretty much on these in terms of their footprint, in terms of their shadow, in terms of all the other things that you might see here. So relationship between 2010 and 2015, there may have been some cannabis plants interspersed between these things, as was said, but to the extent that it's 50,000 square feet, or even 28,000 square feet, I just find that highly unlikely. Even in the 2015 photo, for me, the 10,000 square foot square looks about the most closely related to what might be cannabis if it was planted in the most organized fashion. And, I wasn't a fan of 1.0, and even 2.0 for my perspective has some holes in it. So I just really am inclined to end this mess from that perspective, and ask that, if there's cultivation on this site, that it's basically under a new permit and not under 1.0, because I don't really see that the existing was there. Part of the narrative of our existing, in terms of like removing things from the hills, is that it's supposed to be removing it from the hills. This looks like it's just what is being asked is a replacement of what someone's claiming existed on this site. So we're not really we're not gaining any benefit from RRR, it seems to me, in the current context. So we're a whole lot more likely to benefit from RRR if it was under a new permit, certainly. So if we're really looking to remove and get people out of the hills and into these agricultural lands, then moving forward with this, or allowing this operation to move forward under this current context is not going to be the way to do it. And so far I'm unconvinced as to why we would not deny this permit as it is. So I'm willing to hear other perspectives, but that's mine so far.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with a lot of that. I mean, and it's been great. I think the applicants are really trying, to find a way. But that doesn't make me. But it hasn't been enough yet. I know one of the supervisors says these aren't the worst ones we've dealt with, and I appreciate that, because I think actually I'm sure they're not. But it raises concerns, because we got to watch if that's. I think it makes us need to be a little more on our toes, considering, just thinking of that comment. I'd like to think most people come into this wanting to do the right thing. When it comes to the pre-existing, I do appreciate Mr. Victorine mentioning, it's been out there for a long time. but he also mentioned scattered. So I have a hard time, I was trying to rectify that it's been there a long time with the amount that, that appeared to be planted. And I go back, I think my main thing that's stuck in my, giving me problems is, the two things that we're missing. The sign form, okay, that seemed to be explained. I'm not going to worry so much about that. But no evidence of the pre-existing that I could see. I've seen a lot of Scott Bowers pictures. I mean, I've gone in his office. I find it fascinating what people say they have and what they really do, and apparently sometimes what they don't have. But, if we start changing our mind on what actually we want to see as pre-existing, then I think we're going down a path that I'm not sure we want to go. But I'm more than willing to listen to others. I mean, I know I may be alone in my opinion here, but I'm not as comfortable with, maybe it's because, okay, the 4th District does not have a lot of growing sites, except in houses, which I don't like. But I'm just curious to hear the supervisor whose district it's in, the comments as well.
Any other comments, any other thoughts, directions?
I may go out on a limb and give Mr. Victorine a little more credit than he should get, but I've known Clint for quite a while. I think he's more famous for his organic beef than what he's talking about today. And I remember when he worked for Farian, and you're right, we're looking at pictures, and I've seen the same pictures you have and flown over, and one thing about plants, they can be 4 foot tall, they can be 12 foot tall. I think we've seen them all. And a couple of those pictures don't look like, I don't know enough from aerial photos of what plants look like, so. But I would take Clint at his word. And then the other thing is I'm looking at, and it's not to justify what we consider maybe some false starts and things like that, is these are the areas when we worked on the thing that we wanted it. So we're not going to impose on any neighbors because there's, how many did you say, 28, 48? There's a whole bunch in this valley. So it's not like, oh my God, it's the first one. So I think these are the areas, and they're closer to town. So we're not running as everybody's running the trucks and vehicles all the way out to the hills. And this isn't a triple R, so if that may have made things different, but if it's not a triple R, but it's one person that isn't going to be in the hills, I think would probably be a better clarification. So it's just the preconceived. So I don't, it's been cut in half. I do have indigestion about the false starts and stuff, but as I said, we've got parcels that we're talking 28,000 feet, so we're talking less than 10%, 5% of the parcel size. And then I always worry about the water. I know we talk about the water a lot, but if they say, oh, what the heck, and go put 5 acres of grapes in, we're not going to have a say in it whatsoever. So because it's only a 7-acre parcel, so I don't know. I don't have as much heartburn about it because somebody else can come in and start it up and go forth. So I think with Clint's testimony, the conflicting, I understand where Mr. Whittington's coming from, and I understand where our staff's coming from, but the pay the piper, I think we're looking at almost $75,000 worth of fees and fines, depending where it ends up. And then we're also looking at forbearance that wasn't in there before, and they're willing to do forbearance. And I don't know how many of the other ones are doing forbearance. I know there's a lot of water in that, but with the tanks and stuff. So I'm not that wound up about it, but I guess I'll go to the pleasure of the. Like I said, it's not my district, but I'll look at Estelle and see what she has to feel about it.
Supervisor Madrone? Okay, well, I can tell you that I have real concern about this issue here, and it is in my district. There's a lot going on between Mr. Nunes and the Planning Department long before he ever came and talked to me about it. And what I don't like is a pattern of constantly pushing things, putting things in before they were permitted, and then not responding in a timely fashion to violations or alleged violations. That is a concern to me. The grading is a concern to me. And so that brings up questions for me in terms of if we were to go ahead and allow for a certain amount of cultivation in there, I mean, what does that look like? And I'm no offense, Mr. Nunes, but I mean, can we trust that from now on everything's going to be exactly how it should be? I mean, there's been a pattern of behavior here that is not that great. And I don't know if we were to go ahead and allow for cultivation in the area, if it might not just be better to go under 2.0 and do what that provides for. I really would like to hear from my colleagues on their thoughts on that, because bottom line, I guess we're going on trust again if we do something like that. And are there conditions that can be put in that say nothing's going to happen until the water issue's been dealt with, until all of those things have been dealt with? I mean, those are other things that concern me. Supervisor Wilson?
So I want to echo that, your concern with relationship to the pattern of behavior. It was John Trudeau said, in order to be responsible, you have to have the ability to respond, right? And I don't see that happening here in terms of the pattern. It's not just whether or not it's intentional, whether or not it's just capacity. What I'm not seeing is the capability to respond in a way that's necessary to really just not spin the wheels of our staff and everybody else. And I do think that probably moving under a 2.0 would help deal with that. And maybe at the cultivation size that's 2.0, the cultivation parameters that are 2.0 would be just a lot cleaner. And so that's kind of why I was, really pushing, and I'm still would like to see us move forward with denial, so that a new permit process can start on this if they so choose to do that. I guess with that, I'm just going to make a motion to deny the permit, or to uphold the appeal. Excuse me, to deny the appeal. Let me look at the language. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta go back to the. Let's see. I guess we would adopt the resolution, which finds the requirements of CEQA do not apply. Is this where we're going with this? Find the project is not consistent with section 314-55-4, or excuse me, 0.4.8.2.2 of our code. Finds the project is not consistent with section 3.14-55, 0.4.11-V of our code, find that the project's not consistent with section 314-55-4.11-W of our code, and find that Hawk Valley Farms has violated the terms of the executed compliance agreement subject to permit cancellation per section 3.14-55.4.8.11, and we deny the appeal submitted by Hawk Valley Farms, and we deny the conditional use permit. That's my motion.
Second. I've seconded everything today.
Any further discussion?
Well, I appreciate staff's time. I appreciate your guys' time. We have taken 12,000 growers, 14,000 growers. We're trying to keep them in compliance. I think we're probably down to about 7,500. We've got a lot in compliance. We're #1 in the state for permits. We're bringing a lot of people into compliance and braving this territory. And Mr. Wynn used my favorite term, building this airplane as we fly it. But I look at this site, and I'll follow my 3rd district, as I said, lead on this, because I don't think it matters. But somebody else is gonna go here. You said to save staff time, if we voted in favor of this, staff time's over, basically. So now, if we don't, we're gonna have new staff time, and we have all our fees paid for. Are they required to pay all these outstanding bills, or since they have nothing standing, they won't have to pay these outstanding bills?
Through the chair, they are obligated to pay for all the staff time.
Okay.
The
fines and penalties go out.
Fines and penalties are not formally assessed.
Okay. So, I mean, someone's gonna go in there. As John said, there's people already interested, so we'll just invest. So I appreciate the time. I don't know if this is the last we've heard of this. I mean, there's 2 lawyers sitting over there and 1 over there, so I'm probably not the end of it, but I'll follow everybody's lead. But the whole idea of bringing all these people into compliance when things like this happen, it does tend to shiver their timbers a little bit, so.
And through the
That's
chair,
just a statement.
I would say that, I mean, the fact that it's gotten this far, we shouldn't be getting, it shouldn't be this shouldn't be here. So I'm sure there are other people who are looking at this and hopefully saying to themselves, I don't want to get that far. So.
Can I say something here?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Can't.
No.
Steve, you can't, Steve.
Don't do it.
It seems strange to me that the county knows people already want to buy the place.
So when I said what I said about trust, the way my mind was working is there some way that we can build something in where we don't have to rely on that? I mean, is there a way where we can say, whatever, 20,000 square feet, and you've got to get everything done before you do it? Because under 2.0, everything has to be complete before you can put anything in the ground. Can we require that? Where you say 20,000 square feet, and you can't you can't do anything until you've satisfied all of the requirements of the permit.
So under 2.0, this would be an application for 10,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's within a community plan area, it cannot be a receiver site for an RRR.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they would need to comply with all the conditions of the permit before they begin cultivating. But that, again, that's limited to 10,000 square feet.
But what I'm saying is that settlement is about compromise. So using the model of 2.0 in that you can't go forward until you've satisfied all of the requirements. and then allowing for 20,000 square feet. Is that something that we could grant with a fair amount of certainty that we wouldn't have to deal with the same trust issue again? I mean, it would be pretty black and white, like the water's got to be dealt with, everything's got to be dealt with.
So if I'm interpreting your question correctly, I'm understanding your question to be to continue with this application contrary to the motion that's on the floor right now.
Right.
And that it would be somehow working something in there where there would be trust but verify before they go forward at all.
Absolutely.
So that, I think, is the premise of all applications. I'm sorry for laughing, but
I know.
That's the thing we're struggling with right here is that there is an expectation that an applicant will do what's required of them at the time it's required of them in order to demonstrate compliance. And that's the very thing that really is the tripping point here.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
I think what she's saying, so there's no way we can make this work the way it's sitting through the appeal with the criteria that been met or hasn't been met according to your, because it seems, I know it doesn't go by pre-existing, but it seems like that's the big factor in this, so. Is that right? Is it?
Through the chair, if I could, one of the things I want to just say is that one of the struggles that we had, we were in not trying to indicate that we were necessarily in disagreement or in conflict with CDFW. Our points are simply that we know CDFW's concern, and part of our concern here is that, and I'll say it straight up, I am the one who accepted 28,000 square feet. And I did it based upon Corey's conversation with me, sitting in my office, and trying to work through something that made sense. And when we have done that on other applications where there is virtually no evidence, no other evidence of pre-existing, although the commentary today by Clint Victorine was as close as we've gotten to any other confirmation that in fact is what had happened, is that we have a problem with what is pre-existing. We tried to do something that made some sense. We went to great lengths. Corey and I spent a lot of time talking through, you've got the aisle widths, you've got the plants. If you have every other plant is a cannabis plant, what do you end up with? And that's how we came down to the 28,000 square feet. There was, believe it or not, a lot of time and effort given to trying to think that through. So we've got the pre-existing at whatever number it is. We issued an interim permit and felt out of integrity, have stood by that. Is that if 28,000 square feet is the number of pre-existing to be approved, then how do you then make sure that that stays within that number, that 28,000 square foot limit? And usually it is by having a set cultivation area that is clearly established and is not expanded upon, that can be verified. When there are greenhouses, that's typically very simple because you measure the perimeter of the greenhouse and add up the greenhouses, and that's what you get to the 28,000 square feet with. Can that be done in this circumstance? Yes, it can.
So you can explain that a little further, so you could just say 28,000 square feet or whatever.
It would come down to, and that's why we had asked for, if it is the decision of the board to want to grant the conditional use permit, to grant the appeal, and grant the conditional use permit is to give us time to think through some of these things in terms of how to not only articulate the resolution for approval, but also to write a permit with conditions that then are enforceable. But
And I think I understand what you're asking, and I think the other factor being is with in excess of 30 other grows in Starvation Flat, which is an area of, I want to say, 1,600 acres, at the most. With that many grows, and I don't know what the size of the other grows are. I imagine this falls in the middle somewhere and everything else. Somebody's going to step in, it sounds like, and put 10,000 in. And so we're only talking about 18,000 square feet amongst all this that's already happening around it, with neighbors growing next to it. So we don't have the community plan, we don't have the invasion of the neighbors, it doesn't look like. So I think what we're trying to figure out is what conditions, and then if those conditions can't be met, then it becomes null and void. I mean, and I don't know, because I hear we don't want to spend any more staff time. This is staff time that's going to be paid for, but a new application is going to take a certain, and be paid for, but a certain amount of staff time also. So I don't know if we can get there, and if we can, I fully understand that, but at the end of the day, something's going to go there. And I know you have a relationship with Mr. Nunes, albeit it hasn't been as fluid as it should be, but I think it's better than some, and not, so I think we could get there, given that if we made these parameters so everybody was accepting with the water storage and everything else. And again, I don't think on the 18,000 feet with everything that's going on in Starvation Flats, because the other Clint's running cattle on the rest of it, so it doesn't much matter. So I mean, and hay. So I'm just trying to see if we can work something out that's beneficial to everybody involved.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all this talk and talking about the pre-existing and everything else. Oh, I'm sounding like Rex now, saying everything else. Sorry about that. I did want, and maybe I'm misunderstood, because it could happen. The greenhouses that are there, were those also unpermitted, or,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. And I guess my comment would be, I'd appreciate if we could find a way to move forward. But, this is also a reminder to people out there who are doing the same thing and might not be doing it as they're saying they are, because this could happen. You could be here after all these years and be the one that is, unfortunately, potentially held up as an example because you're here. So it makes me wonder, I'm hoping this conversation makes people think about what they're planning to do and make sure they're doing it right. But again, I have a real hard time with everything that's been done that wasn't supposed to be done. But then again, if there's a reasonable, way to move forward, I just really think it is about precedent setting, and it's about, unfortunately, sometimes sending a message.
Supervisor Bohn.
I agree, and there's two messages we can send. And the one message, and a majority of these growers that are coming into compliance up until a few years ago were doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. I mean, on a much grander scale. So I applaud the people that are coming in. This is a process. This is a tough process. John knows full well, by 2,000 abatement notices sent out, people are saying, I didn't know, or I didn't, I wanted, I'm just a small farmer, a family farm. And I know we sit up here and promote family farms, and this doesn't qualify as a cottage farm, but it is a family farm. And somebody's going to go there anyway. And I'm just saying, I think the neighbors are somewhat used to him. I mean, he's got one sitting there, and the cattle rancher supporting I think, what was the line I heard in Sacramento, ropers and dopers. So I think they're working together on this. So and what I'm saying is, if you come back with something in 4 weeks and they say we can't meet those, they're unfeasible, and it's going to be the same thing that we're going to get anyway. It seems like we're a lot farther along than we are sitting here. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. And I don't know, and I know there's a motion on the floor, but I think at the end of the day, I think we're sending a better message of trying to get some of these people that, even though you screw up, and that's nothing short of that, is there's a way back into compliance. And if we can't, I'm okay with it, but I'm not sure which message we're sending. I mean, I think we're also sending the message after what we've gone through that don't try to pull one on us either. So.
Absolutely. Supervisor Wilson, question for staff?
Yeah, John, currently the fines and, can you review what are the current standing for fees and fines that are owed?
So we've never actually imposed fines on this.
Okay.
As part of the work towards coming to the board on the appeal, the applicant's team proposed paying fines basically based upon a combination of outdoor expansion and mixed light over what would be allowed.
Okay, what was the estimate of those fines?
$57,440.
57,000?
Yep.
And then the unpermitted building fees, is there anything associated with that?
That's been removed, so that's all been resolved. The buildings are all gone.
The buildings are all gone?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to just put this out there, and this is in response to Supervisor Bohn's concept. It's like, if you're going to get this far, it's got to sting, right? I mean, there's just not really a way that you have to send some kind of message that this, you either get denial or there's, some consequence to this. And from my perspective, when Supervisor Fennell is talking about 20,000 square feet, it's still 10,000 square feet more than anyone would get if you were just to walk in the door. I mean, and we would still have to make a finding. Anything above 0, we would still have to make a finding that there's evidence, substantial evidence of cultivation that has occurred on this site of cannabis cultivation. I don't know. I mean, I don't see a lot of it on these photographs myself. I don't see that sort of evidence. But say I was to just say that I assumed that there was, or the board wanted to assume that there was some sort of, maybe they thought it was 20,000 feet or 20,000 square feet, even then you would need to, from my perspective, every provision moving forward would have to be completely under 2.0 in terms of its standard. Anything moving forward would have to be under the standard of 2.0. I think that anything that we approve from here on out, if it's coming to this far and it's a 1.0, I'm sorry, you've kicked yourself into 2.0. There is no way out of that. I feel like we've already set the standard and there's nothing we should never be approving a 1.0 at this level anymore. And it should be even stricter than 2.0 from my perspective. And then I would say that, what was provided as a sort of, abatement, or not abatement, something from the applicant of whatever that is, from my perspective, I'd triple that, to be quite honest. I mean, if they're proposing 57,000, I say nothing less than $150,000 in terms of what that means to move forward. And then from my perspective, I think you're in a space where you're allowing them to move forward, you're sending a message, you can't, get this far and just play all these games, and we're moving into 2.0. I think you might have something you're talking about, and then it's not just a complete denial, it's actually helping people, with a path forward. And I think from that perspective, I think you might have something. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm not even there, to be quite honest. I kind of like my motion as it is, but if this board's thinking about moving something forward, you know, we should be weighing one against the other in terms of that, and if, you know, see where you can take that.
Okay, and I guess I've got a question. I don't know if this is going back in the stages. What about the environmental analysis that Timberland Resource Consultants did, verifying 44,500? Is that just fabricated? It's on the second page of the applicant's appeal. So, and they're a pretty reputable outfit. I know they do a lot of work. I think they've even done work for the county, so.
Through the chair.
Yes, is that?
We have heard discussion of that. I don't believe that we actually have that.
So you don't have the analysis, or?
Correct.
Can you?
The hearing is closed, so I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
it was just
I think
brought up.
Just
that we-
need to have all the facts before us. Supervisor Madrone?
Well, I've been pretty quiet, haven't I?
You have.
Well, I've been taking it all in and listening, and really appreciate the viewpoints from everybody that's spoken here, including my colleagues, staff, the applicants, the appellants, neighbors, and others. I find it frankly impossible to imagine there was 28,000 square feet of growing going on out there, because if you think about that, even if the plants were 4x5, which back in 2010, they were rarely 4x5s, they were more often than not 3x3s. But even if there were 4x5s, and the value of them was much higher, nobody was growing 28,000 square feet of cannabis almost anywhere in Humboldt County, because it required such a massive footprint that it was easily found and dealt with. So I think it's preposterous to imagine there was 28,000 square feet. And I think that planning staff have bent over backwards, really, by ultimately agreeing to that without any evidence of that. I do believe there was probably cannabis growing on that site, like there was on almost every parcel in Humboldt County that had ag land or open space or whatever. But it tended to be 5 plants here, 10 plants there, 1 or 2 here, under the trees, spread out here or there. It wasn't in the middle of a flower field taking up 30 to 50% of the space. It just simply wasn't. And I've spent a lot of time in these watersheds of Humboldt County, and this 2010, it just wasn't the case. So I find that to be very difficult to accept. I mean, there's people in the hills with 50 plants or 100 plants that are unpermitted, and they're being raided, and skid steers are coming in and tearing up their fences and their gardens and their property, and all kinds of things are happening for people growing 50 extra plants without a permit. And man, I mean, there was a lot of extra stuff going on here. And no skid steers came in. Nobody had their fences plowed by the sheriff or anything else here. It's amazing to me how, you know, these small grows in the hills will go after them in that way, but here's something that went way beyond its permits, and we didn't do anything in that way. And I know it's partly because it's extremely complicated in terms of the timelines, the interim permits, the agreements that got made, and all these changes and different things that happened. But it's clear that there were a lot of requests to do things that were not met timely. And I do know that this is becoming one of our biggest problems in Humboldt County, is people that did get their permits then doubling and tripling on what they're doing. And the county is now circling back to a lot of these permitted applicants and realizing people have gone out of bounds. And so how do we bring that into line? You know, we're talking all the time up here about how we need to protect those that are following the rules. You know, and so how would we justify doing something here to grant 28,000 square feet when the rules are violated in so many different ways? I find that to be incredibly difficult to try and consider. But in the interest of compromise and moving forward, I do believe that somebody will probably come forward with a 10,000 square foot application under 2. And I would be even willing to sit here right today and say, I'd be okay with tripling the fines. It was about $28,000 in fines. It got doubled. Those were fines related to going from outdoor to mixed use and those kinds of things. It's really not even fines. It's just doubling the tax or tripling the tax. There's no fines in there, I don't believe. I think it's really, if I heard you correctly, there are some fines in there? Okay.
57,000.
At any rate, it added up to 57,000, and I'd make that more like 104,000, triple that, the 28,000 cost, whatever. You know, and so I would be willing to support a 10,000 square feet grow, meeting all 2.0 requirements, would require no generator use, and complete storage and forbearance, because even though there's a well, we know it's hydrologically connected, and we've got sigma happening in this basin of water here in the lower Eel, and all the regulation that's coming around that for the dairy farmers and others. And so, you know, a 10,000 square foot grow that had storage and forbearance, that had no generator use, that had complete light control, and all these kinds of things before any growing happened, along with paying the $104,000 fines and the $19,000 staff cost to date. I would be willing to consider that, but even in that situation, I think we're still rewarding bad behavior on the part of the current applicant and the rest of it. And, you know, trust but verify. I mean, we've been doing that for several years and it didn't work. So I have very little faith in that. So I think really the best approach is probably to support the motion, to deny the permits for all the reasons that have been stated. And as far as the taking of the land, I mean, you can go back to growing flowers, or you can come forward and do a 10,000 square feet 2.0 with all the requirements of that. So there's no taking here. It really is a matter of, you know, this was fully within the control of the landowner and the applicant to adhere to what the permit requirements were, to the constraints of light loss for their neighbors. All those kinds of things were in the hands of the applicant. And why they didn't choose to adhere to all those things and do that, I don't know. And I'm not going to solve that here today. So frankly, I'm ready to vote on the motion. And if we were Mendocino County, we probably would have evoked Rule 19 a long time ago, or said, call the issue, you know, call the question, because we've been around and around and around for an hour and a half, 2 hours now on this. And so I'm ready to vote on the motion.
Any further comment? Deliberation?
I tried.
Okay. All righty. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 No? Motion passes unanimously. I have to, is there anything else? That's it. That was the last thing. We did our closed session already. We are adjourned.